Felicitations in 2025, my family of fledglings. Ghosts, it's good to unsee you as well. And welcome. Happy time zone from yours truly, Damien Holme. Streaming from the future. No, I'm just streaming from now. And now is 2025. Hi and welcome, everybody. Welcome to a new year with new ideas, goals, ambitions. In my case, much of the same as we had last year. A desire to grow and possibly make content creation a viable source of income with which I can raise my family, which would be in a number of venues. It wouldn't just be my own channel. I have many other different paths which we can talk about today, plus Oz and her paths which we can talk about today, and maybe even the kiddos which we can talk about today. Hello, Trella friend. How are we doing? Heroes, I bring nachos. You speak my love language.
You're my dad! Wookie, wookie, wookie!
And Oz is here for their lurk. Her lurk? His lurk?
It's Brittany, bitch.
Chaotic. Hi and welcome. Hello, everybody. It's great to see you. Nachos and deep fried cheesecake bites. Oof. Oof. Latter is a present from Teddy. Oh, that sounds great. It also sounds like I would not sleep well. Like that would sit heavy on me. I don't know. I'm lurking because I'm babysitting. Aw, we'll have so much fun. I hope it is a fun experience and not a like just duty and you really dislike the situation. Babysitting can be a lot of fun, especially because kiddos are they are so much fun when they're fun, and fun has a limited scope, right? At some point, whether you're babysitting, hanging out with somebody, or just raising children, at some point, fun becomes not fun, and the kiddos start pressing boundaries, going wild, or just being reckless, or something happens. And thankfully, the most beautiful thing about babysitting is there's a point where you clock out and you give the chillins back. You go, all right, I'm done. These are yours now. I do not have to do this any longer. because they're not my family. Or they are, but they're not, your responsibility 24/7. I'm actually doing pretty good the last couple days. It's been nice. Congratulations. Happy 2025 for you. They're actually surprisingly light. Oh, nice. I had the same thought when you mentioned them, but the dough is like a lighter, crispy, like tempura. That's nice. It's very nice. And covered with cinnamon and sugar. I like that. So it's like bites of cheesecake coated in cinnamon toast crunch. That speaks my language. It does. That sounds really tasty, actually. And also dangerous. I'm glad that I don't have anything like that here, because if I did, I would eat them. May try to explain the other end of Alan Wake. Oh, we still haven't watched that other outro. If you want to know when I get home from work, tell you what, I will wait until you get home to watch the like true ending, and then we can talk about it. Sounds good. Okay, I gotta go get yelled out. Okay, thanks for the lurk. Silvos, hi and welcome. I still have no idea where he gets them. He's a devious fella. Ah, I see. Trade secrets. At work at 9, or you mean until 9? All right. Well, we've got other stuff we can do in the meantime. Yeah. So this is the 2025 update stream. When I did the 2024 update stream, I set up a whole slideshow and we went through a presentation. I feel like it was lame. Hi, Rush. Welcome on in. Hello. As it turns out, while I do not have snacks for you, Troa brought deep fried cheesecake bits as well as nachos. I'm a big fan of nachos. The problem with Oz and myself being pescatarian is finding a place that makes nachos that is suitable for our diet it's rare. It's a rare find for us. So luckily there are a few places around us that do some sort of vegetarian nacho alternative recipe. And out of them, honestly, most of them are pretty bad. So we really end up usually just going to the same one place and getting their nachos. Yeah. So I did a slideshow presentation last year, this time of year, to get everybody caught up as to what we were doing with the future of the year and all these big changes and everything like that. One of the beautiful things about 2025 is I've learned in this last year, in 2024, where effort needs to be put in so that we can be of higher levels of success. I suppose would be a good way to put it. Start putting our eggs in the baskets that make the most sense, that yield the greatest result, and not tread around in areas where the work that we would be doing would feel very busy and important, but it wouldn't actually gain a lot of traction. That's a fairly important distinction to make, because time spent is directly proportional to how much money you're earning and what you're doing with your life and your enjoyment or fulfillment with what you're doing. And so if I were to continue on the 2024 path, I don't know if I would hit the same level of success, even though I felt like I was being fulfilled, if you understand my meaning. The Mexican place down the street from me that makes campechana also has a seafood crab and shrimp nachos. That sounds amazing. And I tried them recently. They use lighter white cheese and a crema sauce with them. They're actually super tasty. That actually sounds so good. I am so full. And yet that sounds so good. That's awful. But terrific at the same time. We need more places like that around here. Places with good seafood options. I know we don't live near a coast. That does hamper things a little bit. So in the switch from 2023 to 2024, we made a lot of changes to roles, to the way Discord worked, especially to introducing the VIP legacy role of Ghost. Suggestions that we were going to embark down certain paths, like do AMAs once a month. That ended up not happening. Launching the Envy channels. That happened, and then nobody, well, I shouldn't say nobody. One person was interested, and by the end of 2024, 2 people were interested. So I think Envy needs to become something different. Yes, I am playing something in the background. We were looking at, what else were we looking at doing at the switch over to 2024? Just trying to grow on platforms. We were going to do triple streaming, turned into quad streaming later on in like June, I believe. We added more streaming destinations. Yeah, a lot of stuff happened, and not all of it was strong effect sort of stuff, but we added it anyway. we tried a bunch of stuff. We explored and experimented a lot, and without much research, we just tried things and tried to see just how the heck we felt it went. You know what I mean? Also, I am still quite sick from the sick that I quit Wednesday's stream for. So I may be muting my mic to make gross biological sounds. If I don't mute my mic in time, like I'm doing something in the game and I can't press that button fast enough, I apologize. I probably should have waited until I was fully healthy to stream again, perhaps, but waiting that long takes so much time and it's annoying, and I miss you guys when I don't stream for long periods of time, so I also don't like taking those breaks for too long. Yes, 'tis why I wanted to be beachside with this last move. Going from deserts to here was one of my better ideas. I would agree. Good choice. Personal decisions moving from 2024 to 2025. I've decided to stop trauma eating. That part is tricky because I'm not out of the woods on the reasons why I might have started living a certain standard for my life. But I don't think that matters. In fact, I'm upset that I spent as much of my life as I did since we've moved here, eating in a way that is not conducive to my future health and not sustainable. So this is a change I've already made with Oz present and helping, and making some bigger changes and lifestyle and family supported help, so that I don't cave back in. But it's tricky, and it's not something I'm proud of, that I've spent so many years now reactively eating, and my diet being sort of prescripted based on how I feel, sort of self-medicating with food. And I know a lot of people have done this before me, and that's been their lifestyle or their known reality for a long time. So for this to happen to me is no news per se, but it's something that I'm actively working on changing in 2025. Not a New Year's resolution. I'm actually against New Year's resolutions. The least of which because that's a long time to wait to start making choices to change who you are or set big goals for yourself. I would never wait that long. I just happen to have some changes that are happening right around now, but not related to it being New Year's or not. But that's one of them. One of the other big changes is, yes, for those who have been watching my hair length, it is growing. And no, I haven't been to anybody to get it cut in a long time. It is currently in a state where I hate it. I like being clean cut, well trimmed, like nice short fuzzy edges and maybe a little bit to play with on top, and just a general comfortable stage of clean cut with a little bit of fashion able to be tossed in there. Not like a buzz cut where you literally cannot do anything. Or I like it to be long and in a style. And it is an in-between right now. What I am going for is, for those of you that know the IP, something along the lines of how Brad Pitt looked in Interview with the Vampire. About that length. So until I hit that length, I will feel awkward and uncomfortable and wish I didn't have to be on camera with hair that was longer than a good style and shorter than my intended style. Some awkward in-betweeny. Will I wear hats? Will I cover it up? I don't know. I'm at an age where, honestly, the life that I lead is going to be primarily based on whatever saves me the most time. And I don't try to think too much about other people's perceptions of me while I am going for something. Like if somebody says, hey, your hair sucks, or I don't like what you're doing with your hair right now, I'd be like, yeah, me too. Let's move on. I don't. I'm probably not going to be swayed or motivated by other people's opinions or interpretations while I'm still in the middle of a transition. Now, if I grow my hair out and it's exactly the length that I want it to be, and it's the style that I want, and I like it, but all I get is negative feedback from my decision, I may consider changing it at that point. I do care about other people's ideas. I'm not led by just me, myself, and I. But we're not there yet. We're not at that point yet. The in-between stage when growing hair out is so rude. I agree. I wish I could just put my hair away and let it do it on the back end. You have some nice broad curl to it, though, when I do it, when I actually work on styling it, true. Which will make styling it later on a lot easier. I feel like when it's long, and I've never had it as long as the desired goal. This will be my first time ever growing it that long. I do feel, I agree with you, that it will be nicely stylable. It will have a good amount of body and curl and wave to it that I think I'm going to like. Yeah. More a wave, actually. Yeah. A very wavy sort of hair. It doesn't curl up, and it's definitely not straight. It's wavy and fluffy at times when I do it right. And it can be oily and piecey and stringy when I don't do it right. Yeah. 2025 update stream. So more points and clicks. I've been watching chat on Discord. It's not out of my purview to be adding some more games to 2025, and among them being, I know a lot of you have really appreciated me playing puzzly, thinky sort of games. And a couple of you have bought games for me that I haven't started yet. So all of this is going on some sort of a backlist of some sorts. What I might do is create a list of the games that I have that I haven't played through yet, that folks have bought for me or that folks have highly recommended to me, and put them up to vote for the community. So we get to everything at some point, but we prioritize in order of popularity. So as we grow in popularity, that we're sort of serving the largest population first, and then working our way through each game until we're done, and then we'll go get some more games. Yeah. My Shirley Temple corkscrew curls are just a pain in the ass. Can be, but also I think that it's its own endearing look that other people strive to force upon their hair and cannot. So owning something that is different, unique, and sought after by people who have the straightest of hairs is kind of cool, and you can play with it. Now, maintaining it so it looks the way that makes you happy won't always be easy, but I appreciate more now looks that people have that differentiate them from everyone else, more than when I see somebody have looks that make them cohere to a general standard, or if they push themselves to look like a standard when they wouldn't otherwise. I feel like the more standard the look, the aesthetic, the less interested I am of late. Yeah. D, hi Legos. I accidentally had some caffeine a couple hours ago. I'm going to hope that you don't have to work in the morning and it's not a big deal. But if you do, then damn, that really sucks. What sort of caffeine? Like a milk tea? Because that's not so bad. You might be able to get to sleep soon still. But if it was more than that, good luck. I too am accidentally caffeinated. Nice. I have regular and decaf chocolate covered espresso beans. Oh, and I grabbed the wrong ones. Oh, you should have them labeled like AM, PM and be like, whoa, okay, so the sun is down. We're not going to touch these ones. AM is for AM only. I'm down for that idea. All right, all right. I'm guessing that's the voting on games idea. I have more than enough unique going on, so mine go in a ponytail more often than not. Sometimes having a low maintenance look is just as important as having like your best high maintained look. Some people, I think, can wake up first thing in the morning and spend an hour and a half on their looks, leave the house having a wonderful, well-polished aesthetic, and that is them. Me, I usually wake up some 5 to 20 minutes prior to what I need to do, and sometimes that's not enough time. This stream starting late is a great example of that. And yeah, I did not have much time to put myself together. So I think it's all a matter of what constraints you have on your schedule and how much you want to dedicate that to a given aesthetic and how much that aesthetic is important to you. Yeah. A little more. Oh, wait, hang on. I open tomorrow. Lycos. A little more than a cup of coffee. That's not terrible. But if your caffeine tolerance is low, that's also not great. My partner says the caffeine makes her sleepy. That does happen to some people. Does your partner happen to have ADHD? I have a friend who has ADHD, and he claims that caffeine calms and stills his mind, and he is able to get better sleep on caffeine than without. It's like a cheap Ritalin for him, but it's not the norm. It's just his own personal experiences. Yeah. Needs energy drinks if she wants energy. Oh, so there must be something else besides the caffeine that does it then. What if it's like taurine or B vitamin boost or what? Yeah. The jars are labeled. That's the worst part. I just grabbed the front jar because I didn't think I'd been at the regular ones in quite a while. But I'd forgotten I'd cleaned the shelving, so it wasn't in the order of last use. Oh, that's a bummer. That is a bummer. Ew, we have a bot. How did that happen? Can we scrub this clean? Boop. We booped them. They've been booped. Yeah, that's weird, right? It's specifically Red Bull, but oh, she says vitamin B and yeah, I mean sugar rushes are a thing. They are a thing. The crash associated with those is pretty bad. But you know, if you only need to be energetic or active or engaged for short stints, then sugar rush is not terrible. The B vitamin rush falls off a lot slower. I think the 5-hour energy drinks are indicative of that. I think they mentioned 5 hours in the name of their drink because they assumed that people would roughly start to crash in about 5 hours after drinking one. By the way, I actually don't get sugar rushes, oddly enough. I think I do. I don't. I'm at a phase in my life where that much sugar is probably pretty awful for me. You are unavailable February 4th at 6 p.m. You heard it here first, guys. For all of you who are looking to date me, take me out, buy me expensive outings and trips and vacations on the 4th, I'm canceling all of your requests and interests. You all cannot steal me. I am taken. February 4th. But just at 6 p.m. 6:01, I'm not sure. But 6 p.m., I'm taken. Sorry, guys. I hope I didn't break too many hearts just now. I get mellow on coffee, but it doesn't knock me out or anything. I know a lot of people that drink like dessert coffee, right? So they have their coffee sort of as a nightcap, and then they promptly go to sleep. Not promptly, but not too long after. I also have ADHD. Espresso makes me bouncy and a little giggly, though, for some reason. Damien's pimp has spoken. Yes, true. I started the stream without taking a bio break beforehand. I'm feeling like I ought to, so I can continue on with the 2025 rhetoric. So let me do that. I will be right back, and I hope this clip player, which I still haven't updated, will actually play through the time I'm gone. See you in a bit. Falling ideas out here.
Touched my guitar, now my hand is sticky.
What were you doing with your...
Why is your guitar sticky?
I thought it was a dream. I didn't know that. I only did that in dreams. I don't know what happened.
Let's try that one more time. I mod my channel the way I want, and I will shout out somebody twice just to see a different clip.
Why would people want to see my feet in mac and cheese? I don't fucking know.
Or the same one. Such is the way of the clip. That's fine. At least it wasn't Simp Botha this time.
I get that one a lot.
What's here? Oh, the breaker. Hi. Oh, brutal.
I have no offensive sluts.
I've got not the right thing for this guy.
Oh,
Please no.
I'm dangling like
I
a
see you. I see you. I see you.
dangleberry.
That's a dingleberry. No, no, no. Not me too. No.
Oh no.
So much for trying to help these guys.
Oh no. Both you guys got baited. Oh my.
I was being too. I did not respect enough. That was actually pretty hilarious. He's gonna fall for the bait. He's gonna get
Spotted.
deleted right now.
Yep,
Boom.
there he goes.
Single-handedly wiped the whole of us. I know you could be watching this on VOD in your own sweet, sweet time. That's okay. I say night because it is night here. And I am a night creature who is doing a night. Having a night with you. Whatever your nighttime is. Sun in the day, bright in the sky, very high up sun. Still night. Still a night with us. And then when we are in the kitchen, we also, you know, procreated twice recently, and so those like little toddler sort of things, they like to get in the foot. They
I
like
know
to-
exactly who clipped that last clip. That was Oz. Because it was like jumping back and forth with different, what are those called? Those additive little clauses. And it made it sound like I said we procreated in the bathroom, or in the kitchen, not the bathroom. Procreated in the kitchen. And she's like, we procreated where? We didn't. We didn't. $2025. I mean, you did. I did. When you hear it out of context, it does sound like that. That is not where we made our children. I don't know that people need to hear where we did. Yeah. 2025. 2025, I think, is a year for accountability. I made a lot of big changes in 2024 that I could not follow up on, or I did not follow up on. Some of them were making sure that Patreon was supported for patrons, and as a result, I lost patrons. The Discord server had reasons to sub to Discord. It doesn't really, right? I have a Google Calendar for the discourses and other, just making sure you know when the streams are happening or not without you having to be on Discord. If that's not your platform, you can just check the Google Calendar. I've not been updating that. There have been a number of systems and processes that I incorporated in. I grew really fast, and in growing too fast, I didn't put in place the checks and balances to make sure that the work was getting done to maintain that many little sub jobs that happen, you know, week to week. And I don't think that's cool. It makes me look flaky. It makes me look like I promise big and then under deliver. And I don't love that. So I'm going to pull back on some of the promises that I make in 2025. But some of the things in 2024 that I promised to integrate, I do want to have as regular staples to the brand. And actually make them happen and put them on tasks and reminders and scheduling to make sure that no matter how busy I get or how little spoons I have on a given day, I still make sure that I'm doing certain baseline things to make sure that everybody who's been watching, following, and supporting feels like their support matters and that they're feeding into something that I actually care about. Yeah. So that's a big thing. Among them, one of the big things I want to do for 2025 is start to talk about like where we're going in a more frank and open way. I do want to share finances. Not necessarily like raw numbers, but at least talk about the finances of streaming. I know a number of folks that watch me are also streamers or starting streaming or have thought about streaming and would be interested in learning something of a case study about somebody who's trying something that's on the more rare side. Me being a multi-streamer, I do things a little bit differently already than the vast majority of people. And I think it's a good case study in what multi-streaming can be like, what's working, what's not, what I want to make happen, and why it hasn't yet, all that sort of stuff. So I think in the beginning or early stages of 2025, I want to have more business chats and open up more about like where my spending has gone, how I've worked out running this in the last years that I've done. I mean, in all the years that I've done this. And so you can kind of see and gain another research point if you are interested in turning this into a career, what that looks like. While still maintaining that I'm not going into this as a teacher. I think as soon as somebody who live streams or makes YouTube videos decides they just want to be an education on how to grow your channel or how to make good business out of what you're doing, it's because they're failing at it and they need something else, and they figure teaching must be a good idea. Most people who are successful aren't stopping to teach, and most people who are stopping to teach or who make a teaching channel are not that successful at regular content creation, or they wouldn't be a teacher, if you know what I mean. It's just unfortunate. There are a few counterexamples to that. I feel like Harris Heller is one of those who became a teacher and has seen mad success for doing so. But I would also say Harris Heller is the sort of person who tried content creation without teaching and failed multiple times, and was able to fail multiple times because of his background, who he is and who his family is. So he had that baked into his portfolio, and he doesn't talk about that enough. But outside of him, not so many. Yeah, I'd be curious about that. I just got in all my new computer hardware. Nice. So I'm going to be able to start streaming a little more easily myself again. That's exciting. Very exciting. It won't ever be a job thing for me, but watching someone go from being super small to successful would be interesting to follow. Well, I hope this is that channel for you. We'll find out. Devin Nash was also found success and made his entire thing to be about teaching now. Okay. I'll have to look him up. If you've got a channel or something, you can DM me that I can do some research on. I'd be curious to see how that works out. Bowser, hi and welcome. What's good in your 2025 hood? Yeah, one of the things I think I'm most excited about in 2025. Sorry, I've just partly with how sick I've been the last few days is my neurology is just off, and you might hear it in choice pronunciation or like a little bit of deliberate speech, but I've been biting my tongue, and once you bite your tongue once really, really badly, that part of your tongue swells up. It inflames because you've just had a bite wound, right? And it wants to get underneath your teeth all that much more. I hate this part of having sharp teeth. But so I'm trying very hard to not keep biting myself. I literally just bit my tongue when I said ow. So I need to be more cautious. But yeah, my cognitive abilities have declined. I shouldn't say declined. They've been suppressed while I've been sick. So even, yeah, especially today, I felt very much in himbo mode. And I have nothing to blame except that I've been sick, sleep deprived, and just not doing well the past few days. But I seem to be on the mend. Things are getting better. My nose is partly breathable, and my cough is manageable. I have a cough button on my soundboard, so I can always press that and make the nasty human sounds and then put it away. I love your emoji game tonight, Bowser. I used to follow Devin a ton when I was trying to be more serious His advice got me to 30 to 40 average viewers. Not bad, not bad. But that was when I decided to slow down big time and have it just be a casual thing. Fully understandable. And that happens, you know, probably more often than not, that people grow and decide either streaming maybe not be for them, or content creation might not be for them, or something else. I think in your case, the something else arose and you had great opportunities to investigate other parts. Well, hello, Akumu. Thank you for the chills. I have sound bites of yours I need to add to my soundboard, so I have button presses that play Akumu sound bites. Hi and welcome. Happy 2024. Oh no. Oh yes. It's happening. That's one of the things I hate most about being in the chronic club. I'm like, leave my brain alone. I actually use that organ. Did I say 2024? 2025. Sorry. I've been sick. I've been sleep deprived. And I've been copiously using my mute microphone button so that I can cough and sniffle and make all these nasty sounds that you all don't hear, to try to make myself out to be not quite as sick and awful as I am today. Yeah. Part of what I think that I have decided to do in 2025, I'm going to spit this out at you all, and you can deliberate on its merits or detriments as you see fit. But I was going to debut on short form video with a number of ideas that were going to be brainstormed, scripted, filmed, and edited before they get up onto the short form video platforms of my choice, i.e. YouTube Shorts, TikTok, etc., etc. And I'm discovering that at least in this phase of my life where I'm still trying to do too many jobs and content creation at the same time, that putting all of that heavy lifting before a video can be posted is a big hurdle in my way. And I've been doing some research on folks that people have been comparing me to in this last year. Like, hey, you know what your channel really reminds me of? Or you know what your emotional vibe kind of makes me think of? I've been watching those folks and researching and analyzing to try to better understand where my niche might be. And I think that for now, maybe the goal to cracking into short form video really needs to be points where we've hit a really good analysis, rant, deep dive into something, big explanation on something during a stream. I'm parkouring around, I'm not playing the game, and suddenly we're talking about something really heavy.
What's wrong, Doug?
Oh, Gavin, hello and welcome.
I'm right as the mail.
Cheers. Thank you very much. And we use that content as short form video, as opposed to me making it off stream, spending time that I'm not live streaming to create that sort of stuff and make it happen and go through a large editing process and all that. Right now, we don't have the revenue to just go hire an editor and make stuff like that happen. So next best thing is make that content happen in the moment. Make live streams an important source for farming that kind of stuff, and take note of timestamps or whatever else needs to happen so that I'm able to say, this was a time, this was a point where something salient was said. I had a good disagreement with somebody. There was a good back and forth, or we did a great deep dive and everybody learned something and changed or altered our expectations or understanding about something. That kind of stuff is worthy of making into short form and then posting live, as opposed to spending a lot of time doing scripting, filming, editing, the whole shebang, which I don't know where I get that kind of stuff, where I get that kind of time and resources right now. Yeah. On my way home now. Please drive safe, Stuart. Hoi. Hi, Gavin. I'm glad you like my nickname for you. By the way, some don't really gel with folks. Wait, your nickname for me or for somebody else? Did you give me a nickname and I just haven't paid attention? The only nickname I've like noted, because he's really pressed it very hard every time he pops into stream, is Weeha's nickname for me, which is Dame. Nobody's ever called me Dame before, and I'm not opposed. It kind of has this sense of, I don't know, grandiosity and like high matron energy, neither of which I feel like I have, and so it feels like an ironic nickname, but I'll take it just for the shiggles. D's return to county when? That could happen. That could happen. What I think I would need to see is either Nico or somebody else in our like greater group of streamers prove to me that Red Dead is a streamable game. If Sin County is streamable and people will stay and watch us do the role playing, I would be in it. The problem is I don't have a lot of gameplay time that isn't streaming time. And when I am streaming, unfortunately, so far, Sin County has been a graveyard. I think Sin County players watch Sin County streams, but your average surfer on all 4 platforms I stream is not immediately bought into the role-playing experience in Red Dead. Just kidding. I know you got way too much going on. I would honestly clear my schedule if Sin County proved to be popular. If people were like, "Oh, holy shit, we're about this now. We slept on this. You know, GTA 5 role playing is not where it's at. It's really at Red Dead, and I get hundreds of viewers streaming Sin County." Then I would do it. I would. Do you have a stream deck? I have something bigger and more expensive. As of this last year, we have the Rodecaster Pro 2, which is it's a stream deck and so much more. Yeah. Could hook it up to set a marker and save the last 5 minutes of stream and have OBS set up to have the buffer thing running. I'm almost certain there's a way to do that on this soundboard. I just haven't looked into all the like complex button pressing sort of things. For now, honestly, just knowing a timestamp would probably be enough, since everything, literally everything that we stream now is on YouTube on its own sort of archive. I can always go back to YouTube and clip a portion and download that clip and then multi-upload it to all the different platforms. So while a button press is certainly a little more convenient than relying on timestamps, I still have something that's easier to implement that's literally already ready to go right now. Time especially takes so long to go through VODs again. Yeah, I actually considered at the beginning of this year going back to the beginning of 2024 and watching my VODs in long form to find my own clippable content. I'm not sure if I have time or energy or attention to do that, but it was a consideration for some of my first clips. I was like, oh, if I start clipping recent stuff and then go backwards, it's going to feel weird for people watching the shorts or the TikTok channel or whatever it happens to be. So maybe I'd start at the beginning of 2024, but then the thought of sitting through a 5-hour stream at least once a day and then finding the one clippable moment. Maybe there's only one. Maybe you watch a 5-hour stream, there wasn't a clippable moment. You can't get that 5 hours back. I don't know. That might not be a tenable solution, right? Yeah, not sure what to do. I did both of those when I was a little more serious. Oh, okay, all right. Oh, for Gavin, he's my pally pal, because Paladin. I like that, pally pal. Very cute. Places a marker editors can use to find on the Twitch VOD and saves the last 5-ish minutes to your hard drive locally. That might be worth looking into. honestly, pushing a button when I feel like we've had a nice deep conversation seems like that would be a smart decision that would also make sure that we didn't rely on people being present and engaged, because I don't want to disenfranchise the lurkers or create a scenario in which they're less valuable. And I also don't necessarily think that things that I think I would label for clips are the same thing other people. Maybe that's to its detriment, though. Maybe me labeling things for clips is just my own perspective, and it might be better if I do open it up to invite other people to mention their favorite time code to me, so it's not just me putting it together. I don't know. Spitballing it around now. Now I'm thinking maybe it should be a more collaborative effort. I used to do an instant replay as well. If something funny happens, it quickly saved off the last 30 minutes, jeez. 30 seconds, changed scene to play it with a little overlay, then swapped back and moved the file to my long-term storage. Smart. You must have had a really good show back in the day. I could talk through it with you if you want to hit me up in private. Yeah, you know what? Let's talk. I at least want to understand sort of like the front end damage for implementation. I have a large, what's the word I'm looking for? A capacity for taking on big projects up front if I feel like there's going to be a big return on investment in the long run, if I feel like it's going to be worthwhile. You know what I mean? I will do a lot of work to make sure that that happens. Yeah. An odd thought, have you noticed a specific stream night that has drop in viewers at a specific hour? If so, you could switch over to art and do some of the video editing on stream while still having discussion. Do people actually do editing, like back of the house sort of stuff, and live stream it? Besides like teachers, it's one thing if you go on and your point isn't to work on your own stuff, but it's to like teach other people techniques and tips and tricks. But do people actually do like their own housekeeping online? Like go through editing footage and posting it up and stuff like that? I mean, it'd be a great use of time if I could be streaming and doing that work at the same time. Maybe. Welcome, Jam. You may draw on some new followers looking for help with one who ends up finding something else they enjoy altogether. Maybe. You can add a clip command? Huh. That's true. Makes it easy to grab clip timestamps. Yeah, I think I could do that, and then it would just, I don't know, create a text file. I know how to make a text file that just absorbs what people put in based on like clips, so I could do it that way. That's an option. For me, it was really fast and actually easy to set up. Should be less than an hour, and you can experiment with the replay and saving off system. Okay, I like that. Comet codes on her on-stream AI live. Nice. Is Comet still working on her AI? I love that some of you know like the same people, like you're part of the same other communities besides this one. I normally see people do editing as a bonus for paid supporters. That seems weird to me. Like, would people actually pay to see the behind the scenes? Like, all right, I'm going to turn off the ring light and we're going to focus on, and we're going to do like work. Now we're going to actually work. I'm not schmoozing an audience. I'm not playing a game. Now we're just growing the business. Would people pay to be on that side of things? I feel like that's the side that would be more for people that don't pay, and then the fun and entertaining side would be for those who do pay. But maybe there's an intimacy factor, so just playing games and hanging out and chatting and being live is its own sort of like surfacey mode, whereas it's like, okay, it's time to drop the persona and it's focus time, and I'm gonna pull up my video editor and we're going to pull up files from my hard drive, then those people who paid for that experience are like, oh, what do you have on your C drive? Oh, how many hard drives do you have? Oh, look at that file name. That's weird. Oh, you don't use the same file name system for everything that you save. That's kind of weird. And so it's like more voyeuristic and more transparent, if you know what I mean. I wonder if that's why people love it. I haven't seen her doing that on stream in a while, so Thalassa may be finished. That was the name of the AI. That's a cool name. I should ask next time I get to hug her. I met both of them on my stream. Oh, neat. That's awesome. Many people do? Really? Maybe we need to make something like that happen. Especially, you know what this would be a great opportunity for? I'm thinking about it now. Because we stream live on 4 platforms, 3 of which do not save the VOD natively. And so the VODs only get saved to YouTube. That's for like the gaming, chatting, hanging out, live on live stream sort of portion. But I don't have like a direct filter for Discord, especially for Discord subs. And then to make a backlog onto Patreon. I wonder if back end stuff, like I turn off all the lights and I just go focus face and I'm more business, we're more transparent. Although I don't stream with a persona, so it's a little bit different for me. I wonder if some people who are like, they clock in, they stare at a camera and they're like a fucking character. That when you pay to see them on the back end, you're like, oh, this is a very different person. They're completely playing a persona when they're actually live. I don't feel like that big reveal would necessarily be there for me. But just having sort of like a back end, like a after hours stream kind of feel or vibe on Discord as an exclusive would be a reason to have the Discord subs. And then we could post those on Patreon so that they were still saved on VOD status and give a reason for that platform to even exist in the first place. Especially if a content creator is fairly big, if it feeds the parasocial side of people a ton. I'm for that. I don't like the word parasocial. I sometimes use it as a joke. Thanks for the lurk. Enjoy the call. Say hi. If it's Teddy, say hi. I do feel like people, especially since the pandemic, it's harder to find your tribe, your niche. There aren't places that you can natively go to meet people with your interests or your personality. And sometimes stopping in on somebody's channel, hearing them talk for a while and aligning with some of their values and realizing, okay, that's a person who, while isn't a carbon copy of me, does have some connective tissue where we're able to agree more than we disagree. And I like what they say and I appreciate, the sort of connectivity. There's something that you can glean from that I think is harder and harder to glean in real life. People aren't not engaged in communities where you meet up, places you go and gather together as often as I think used to be important to do. That used to kind of be like the only way you'd hang out with people, right? Now you can get involved in a game or an online community or a streamer's chat or Discord, and that can be your community in a way that being physical it's harder, it's more limited, and you're really relegated to who you live around. If you happen to not enjoy the general sort of people who live around you, you're kind of stuck. You'd have to commute farther without the internet. So I don't feel it's necessarily parasocial so much as filling in a gap or a space that we used to not really have a way to support people in this place, and now we do, to give them a community that they couldn't otherwise have access to. Yeah. It would be a good way to combine two drains on your time, and I think it may help also with the bringing in the folks with the types of curiosity you enjoy. Maybe. I don't know if me working on video editing necessarily brings in people I enjoy. Probably bring in people that know a lot more than I do, and I might learn from it though. So there might be that side of things. It'd be a little bit different for you. Yeah, I just don't have that live persona and an off-stream persona version of myself. There's just the one me. Oh, I just realized I said say hi if it's Teddy, but it was Gavin who got the call and not Troa. If Gavin was talking to Teddy, that would be kind of weird. Sorry, Troa. I think you've just not seen the sort of parasocial stuff that people get thrown at them as a content creator. Maybe not. One of the larger ones I'm generally friends with, he shares some of the stuff. He gets DMs from people he's never met and doesn't recognize from stream that say they're big fans, and immediately going into asking to sleep with him. Yeah, I guess I'm in a unique position. One, I've already like married and procreated, right? So there's far less of a chance that people are gonna pop in and say stuff like, "Hey, I'd really like to like throw myself at you." You know, I'm in a position where most people, if they feel anything about me, they're not gonna say it, or they're gonna say, "You know, I really appreciate who you are, but I also really appreciate Oz," which says something. Or like, you and Oz are such a cute couple. When I feel like when people say you and Oz are such a cute couple, I feel like 50% of the time that's somebody who says they've analyzed our relationship and they really like who we are as a dynamic and they enjoy seeing us together. And the other 50%, I think, is somebody who is like, I wish it were me, but Oz is cool too, I guess. Like they would have wanted to be in Oz's position, but then Oz happened and they lost their chance. Curiosity has two sides, mister. I don't know what that means. Parasocial doesn't necessarily refer to people just being interested in someone they don't really know personally. It means going into intimate territory with someone they've never interacted with before. Oh, I don't mind doing that. I like to be an open book in that regard. I like to live my life as transparent as possible. Like I'll tell people I've barely met or just like have only interacted with one or two times, like my whole life story or anything that I feel that's pertinent. And it's not for like narcissism, like you need to hear my story because I'm such a badass and I want everybody to know the great legacy that is Damien. What I think that I'd like to do in sharing my stories is make people feel either better about where they are, because it could be worse because I've had some bad experiences, or commiserate, be like, hey, it's not just you. I've also experienced something bad like this. So it's not like a fault of character in who you are. Other people do go through this too. Or just for insight or education. Like, hey, I went through this really weird situation. If it happens to you, here's what I did to try to resolve it. It was a good decision that I made. Or it was really a bad decision. Don't do this, you know? Those are sort of the premises I come from when sharing personal details with other people. But I think I also try very hard when talking with people not to go parasocial about myself too fast, because I honestly feel like most people out there, when they start to engage with somebody, what they're really trying to experience is to be heard, to be able to share their story, to be able to be understood and commiserated with what happened to them. They're not trying to learn about other new people per se, not that fast, but the world is so devoid of people who actively listen and who actively care that I like to make sure that I provide at least that part at first. Now, if somebody says, oh, you know what, everything's going fine with me, it's fine. And they don't mean like it's fine, I don't want to talk about it, like masking of what's actually wrong with them. But like literally their life is just like, it's okay. Then we can go into other stuff and I can talk about my stories, which can be interesting or entertaining or educational. But I always want to leave space for other people to share their stories first. I was gonna ask him if he had a Teddy 2 on his next stream. No, that's entirely. I saw a green name on my stream chat and I immediately thought it was you because you often have to go off and lurk really quickly, and so I don't look at green names in chat who type the lurk command and think it could be anybody else. That's my fault. I should actually not TLDR my own stream chat. That's my bad. He's married himself. Some people have offered to have his wife and him get it on and they'll just watch. Wow. I can't say I've had that experience yet. Must be too small time for that, but interesting. Manners, people, it's a whole big thing. I don't know that people necessarily study manners these days. The explanation in my brain is proofing is too long-winded. Okay. Another example, I do not know how to say that name. I'll just say Sea Dog. Shared a story of a fan stalking him back to his hotel each night during a convention and strategically leaving her underwear in front of his door. That's gotta run through underwear pretty fast. Or she just buys some and then leaves undies. What does she like wear them for one day and then leaves them? They've either got to be old, in which case maybe gross because they're kind of ratty or whatever, or they got to be new, in which case if they've only been worn for like a day, is that the same level of, I don't know, pull or magnetism? What's the preferred amount of ownership for undies, do you think, to make it like hot? Because I think fresh bought undies that are worn for a day and then placed outside of your door, that's like the lowest common denominator. It also says that you're committed to making sure that your underwear drawer is full of the same amount of undies as when you started this endeavor, which feels kind of like aromantic. But if you drop some undies outside of my door and they're like 5 years old and they're starting to get like holes and stuff, it's obviously like parts of you are like slipping out and rubbing against your clothes as you walk because they've been worn for that long. That's starting to go down the other side of the spectrum as far as like grossness and threadbareness. There's an ideal spot. I think there is. I wonder what that is for everybody. Why are we talking about this? Yeah. That's interesting though. She waited in the elevator for a few hours one morning for him to get in to give him her soiled underwear. That is, that's potentially a biohazard. I think people have said the pee is sterile, but if it's anything more than pee, oof. I don't know, man. Yikes. That's yikesy. I don't know that I like biological functionality. I don't even like my own. If I soiled my underwear, am I interested? I don't know. Am I interested in other people's soilings? I guess some folks are. You know, if that was a component of his stream, he's like, you know what? I love my wife. I'm happily married, but the idea of other people's soiled underwear like really gets to me. And like this fan remembered that and did this for him. I'd say, you know what? That's very thoughtful. That is not so stalkery and creepy and gross. That is thoughtful. You're supporting one man's kink, and if his wife was okay with that, then all the mazel tov. Yes, that is definitely parasocial. Not relating to fans. That's a very specific type of fan. Yeah. I'm always green. A number of you are green, at least in my interface for stream chat. For me, none. That's just nasty. It's not my preferred thing. I'll be honest. I like really clean smelling people. I like the smell of somebody fresh out of the shower. Products. I know that's gross and bad in its own right. It means that I'm not interested in people's hormones or pheromones. Honestly, out of everybody I've met in my entire life, I can only think of like one person that I've ever met that I was like, you know what? These pheromones work for my brain. Most people's pheromones do not.
hormones, sweat, glands, and whatever else. Most people on this planet disinterest me. I say on this planet like I'm holding out hope that I might encounter some extraterrestrial. I just mean it's not my thing almost ever, but I do know at least one human in the history of humankind that smelled fine to me, but most people do not. Yeah, but that's not really my thing. Parts are slipping out. Oh yeah, the holy underwear. Yeah, it doesn't matter if you're a guy or a girl. There are certain things that when your underwear starts to get threadbare, you're gonna start to rub and chafe and not be well held away from your clothing, the bad clothing that you don't want touching your nethers. Meat suits are so fucking weird. Seriously, just obnoxious most of the time. That's what I'm saying. I feel like a lot of people are able to put that away and just be like, yeah, I love a sweaty, glands excreting and stuff gushing and oozing out of different orifices. And I love that. I love after somebody's just eaten or just smoked or whatever, like you spent all day at the office and you sweat because the AC wasn't fully on, like that kind of stuff. Or you work a manual labor job before you hop in the shower. I just want to like lick your skin, like that kind of stuff. I don't know. It's not for me. I like the smell of products, and only certain products. I don't like flowery and fruity smelling stuff, right? If it's identifiable as something botanical, like that is definitively a strawberry, or I explicitly smell coconut. That's just weird to me. It just makes me want to go eat that food or fruit and not enjoy it in a chemical form on somebody's body as stuff that they've slathered on their skin. Yeah, I don't know. That's just me. I think of most people as meat suits. The vast majority of humans on this planet are just gross and excreting various fluids and oils and just largely unappealing. Most people, yeah. You can be really, really hot, really ugly. It doesn't matter. That's not the factor to me. It's just the fact that we're all really gross meat suits. I meant the showing behind the scenes feeds the parasocial side more in a joking way, but yeah, actual parasocial behavior is genuinely fucked up. I think I could handle most of that. The only thing that I'm a little skeptical on, if anybody were to ever get like too terribly parasocial, is just it's just when people were like try to stalk me or discover things about my family, find out details about like where my kids go to school or whatever. Like we're fairly protective. We've made some mistakes in the past, but we're fairly good at scraping our records clean as we can. And we've even had some members of the community. I would like to thank you anonymously so that I don't dox you for this specific behavior, who have discovered leaks in our security and mentioned it to us before somebody who would be a bad actor were to recognize these factors. I super appreciate that. I'd much rather beta test this kind of stuff with folks who have the best and biggest hearts and the most protective and caring quality to their personalities, that they're able to find these things and help us shore up our defenses, than to have somebody break through our defenses and do something harmful or detrimental to the family, especially to the kids. Yeah. But having behind the scenes, or just like not streaming content or like a game specifically or a specific discourse topic, just sort of being,
and working and chatting and being open like that sort of thing. That kind of parasocial to me is very appealing. I think going forward, if I were to dedicate more time to being around community, to trying to get more stuff out and going, I would do a lot of that. I would want to spend time like, okay, well, we're going to get, today's short form video up on TikTok, Instagram, YouTube Shorts, like all these places that support short form video. Let's pull up the editor. This isn't a tutorial stream. This isn't me like showing you how to use my video editor. But if you have a question, I will answer it. This is mostly just me working and us chatting and hanging out together and being in each other's spaces, learning about each other, sharing stories, growing from the experience, dropping science and knowledge when and where we can, because that's a big component for me, is helping break people out of their misconceptions and helping people understand like not just how to source truth, but how to question the truth that they've sourced before, so that we can continue a lifelong journey of learning and redefining ourselves. I could see that being a really nice parasocial way to stream. Yeah. Noted, to make sure my courtship of D works better, I need to come out of a shower before seeing him. 100%. Yeah, your chances of wooing me skyrocket if you are very clean. Yeah, you don't have to be like dripping wet. It's not the moisture or whatever, but the biological smells that humans excrete. If you have minimal or none of those and you just smell like products, you have a higher chance. Now, you can pick products that will deter me, so that's not a guaranteed win. Being Demi makes me so much more boring than that, I'm afraid. I feel like I have Demi qualities as well. So to me, it's definitely not you present your body and I'm sold. I think a lot of my Demi presents itself in sapiosexual. So depending on who a person is, the values and ideas they have, what motivates them, how deep they are as a human being, what level of involvement they have in the world, that those things attract me and interest me. Are you actually interested in science and progress and politics and future and how invested are you in this life on this planet? If it is minimal and you passively watch a lot of media and hang out and you're mostly just trying to decompress from your job, I'm less interested. But if you're actively engaging your brain regularly and putting yourself through like a mental gym, then that interests me. See, for me, I hate the smell of non-fruity fragrances. Really? Like what? They make me nauseous. By the way, I've been home. Oh, cool. We could probably watch the Alan Wake stuff. Hope you're feeling better. I'm feeling better. I'm still copiously using my mute button so I can cough, sniffle, sneeze, make all sorts of nasty sounds that you all don't have to hear. But so I'm not all better. I'm better, but not all better. Does that make sense? Yeah. Whatever got me on Wednesday really got me. Wednesday, I forgot to mention, there's a stream goal for emoji. It was set for the end of 2024. We're past 2024. The goal hasn't been met. Well, I haven't done my my on the 15th of each month update. So I rolled the date out to my birthday for the due date on the goal, for the donation goal. Donos, bits, subs, everywhere, ad revenue, you name it. All of that stuff gets fed into this. So a lot of the amount will grow. You won't see the actual widget on anything that's a landscape stream update on its own unless you actively do, I think, bit donations. I don't know if subs or gift subs works to update that goal, but at least donations and bits both do. Everything else I update on the 15th. So every 15th of the month, of each month, you'll see that number down here move. And I also said every Wednesday I would release a new emoji. And then I had to skip this last Wednesday because of how sick I was. I woke up readying myself for stream. And I felt so awful. I felt like a dumpster fire. I just could not, I should not go live. Maybe it would be interesting for you guys to see me that sick. I don't know. Maybe I should have done it just for transparency, just to see what would happen if I was sick and just hung out with you and just wallowed in my sickness. Well, anyway, yeah. A new duo of animated emoji is out. You can see it on Twitch. You can see it on Discord. And currently, no other streaming platform has the option to present this much. We don't have the animated emoji up and ready for you all to see on other platforms. So you have to see it on Twitch or Discord. But I love this particular set. They are a pair of animated bat wings. And I hope you will enjoy placing them on other stuff. On everything. Yeah. Got a good community behind you now. I love the community that has rallied around me. I don't know why you did it, but I'm happy you did. So this is a great. I'm so excited just who you all are and the sort of people you've become and aspire to be makes me so much more emboldened to keep doing this. Like, in the face of such a low success rate for streamers, I feel empowered that we can do this and I can raise 2 kids in something that's not poverty, because I think we have something together. And I think you all are the starters of a fantastic community. And I super appreciate you. Yeah. You don't want me dripping wet? I usually don't prefer people dripping wet. The thing with dripping wet humans is wet human skin tends to be kind of tacky and sticky. It's not sticky like a movie theater floor, but dry skin you can sort of rub your hand against and you'll just like rub down it. But the more moist skin is, the harder it is to like touch somebody. You know what I mean? You could just like tap them, but you can't like rub your hand down them because wet skin is, yeah, it's like tacky, right? I don't like dripping wet people for that reason. I seem to be able to connect pretty easily when I try, so mine's not so much of a qualifier. Able to connect? I'm not sure I understand what that was referring to. I think the nauseous thing is just me being autistic. I get sensory issues with the smell of most perfumes people use. Honestly, I feel like a lot of people dislike smells. It doesn't matter if you're neurospicy or neurotypical. There are a handful of smells that people don't like, period. And most people just don't talk about it often, or it's like impolite to bring it up. But some people do. You know, I remember a girl who, I forget what it was, but she was like mentioning some food. We were both food servers at a restaurant, and she was mentioning some food, and she was like, "Oh, this food smells like ass. I hate when we serve this food." And then I made fun of her, and I was like, "How do you know what ass smells like?" But that was back before, you know, ass was not as popularly common a delicacy for some people. But like, for an example, I know millions of people love Starbucks, and when fall comes around, the pumpkin spice sauce comes out, and people love the way the pumpkin spice sauce tastes with coffee. I don't like the pumpkin spice sauce, and I don't like the way it tastes with coffee. there's an underlying chemical in the way Starbucks makes its pumpkin spice taste like pumpkin, or one of the other spices or whatever that they add to it. There's something about it that I don't like. And so I won't order pumpkin spice stuff, or if I do, it won't be from Starbucks. I like the way pumpkins taste, regular old pumpkins. I generally wouldn't think to add coffee to them. That's not a mission of mine, or like put them in a donut or frosting or whatever else. Pumpkins are all right. They're sometimes food at best. I don't know why people clamor over them, but it surprises me that I've never heard anybody else mention the chemical flavor in Starbucks pumpkin spice, because to me it's very apparent, and I don't feel like I'm neurospicy as far as sensory and smell and that sort of thing. Yeah, there it is. Lycos using the wings. Love it. Love it. They're just too strong and overwhelmed when I can't what I can handle if they're not a fruity smell. I do think that non-fruity or fruity, when people are fresh out of the shower and first apply their products, that's not a good time to smell people, right? Oftentimes people put their eau de cologne or whatever else they have that they spray on themselves. They do it so that at the end of their shift, or that the night, when it's time to hang out at night with their friends, they will smell a certain way then. And that is their sweat and their day and their various places that they go all blend together into a melange, and they want to smell good by the nighttime. So when you smell somebody fresh, I think that's a big part of it. I do believe people choose generally to give themselves scents that will end their day well, especially given when it comes down to, you want to be intimate with somebody. Are you going to do that like fresh out of waking up? Or what's more likely is you've had a whole shift at work, you've had a meal together, you might have had some sort of activity before or after that meal, and only then after all of those things, you get to the part of the day where you're smelling each other. What do you smell like then? Plan for that. And so sometimes some folks' scents are very strong in other parts of the day so that they can make it to that part and still smell good. That makes sense. I can handle strong fruity, but not much else. I don't like strong anything, really. I said I don't like fruity smells, but if you smelled like a musk or a vanilla or something and it was too strong first thing in the morning, I'd probably still be off put. Is that a Kimmy emote you added to my or between the bat wings? I love that. We rated Kimmy recently. Great streamer. Just a overall very nice personality. We like Kimmy. That was continuing the Demi reference. Oh, yeah. We need an emotional or mental connection. Definitely. Well, I feel like, honestly, I feel like there's something about the demisexual experience where emotional, mental, deeper connectivity makes more sense on just a relationship build level, on an intimacy level, on a letting go of your inhibitions level, on a pooling resources and deciding you want to pass your genetic code, biological, basal human being level. It all sort of makes more sense if you put all of the person's factors together as a component of that, and not just like, they're really hot, so I'll just concede sort of thing. That seems like a shortcoming, a bad decision, or an uninformed decision. Whereas pausing and really saying, I just really want to get to know if we vibe on a deeper level, that seems to me to be the more sane and healthier option, if I were to think about it anyways. I don't know if others not liking some smells is quite the same as someone with autism getting nauseous from something. Probably not. Yeah, I don't get nauseous with a lot of smells. So, yeah. But I also don't... it's hard for me to stay polite about bad smell. But yeah, many people don't like stuff. For me, it makes my head spin. I become unable to think. My hands and arms start shaking. Yeah, that's way worse. And my legs grow weak, sometimes too weak to even stay standing. Wow. And that's like a normal amount of perfume for many people. Yeah, that's probably the neurospicy. One of the weirder ones is it can make my skin so sensitive that my clothes feel like millions of needles stabbing into me. That sounds awful. I wouldn't want that for anybody, ever, anything. Kimmy got me a cute little art thing for the holidays. Aw. She got me Okay, the other mod of her channel, and her all matching pieces. Matching pieces? Oh, I see. Aw. Why did they all say tasty and why did they all have mustaches? It's very cute. Very sweet. Welcome to autism. Yeah, I know I have some sort of neurodivergence, but I don't think that's it. I generally feel a sense of superiority to most brains systems than not. And I want to say a sense of superiority versus a sense of what's the word? Grandiosity. That's maybe not right. There's an idea that people have when they have like ASPD issues and delusions of grandeur. That's the term. Some people feel like they get these ideas that they are better in every way than other people. I feel like my brain is different than a lot of other people's, and it's usually different good. I don't have like what I consider a neurospice or whatever, so I don't feel like I have detriments compared to other people. I generally feel like the ways in which my brain interacts with the world are preferable, better, just overall more helpful to me in my life than what other people have going on in their brains that they have to their life. What I don't equate that to is like me being a better person or having more merits than others or being eligible for like living a higher standard or deserving of more rewards as a result, if that makes sense. So I'm missing the the grandeur part of it. But I do feel like, do I like white chocolate? I like white chocolate when it's paired with stuff, but I think white chocolate by itself, to me, tastes kind of like sweetened fat. And that's it. Like, you could just probably take some butter and mix some sugar in it. You could melt it and then solidify it and slather that on some things. It's like a really sweet, sugary butter. And I'd probably get the same worth out of you just melting sugar into butter and then letting it harden again as I would get from eating like a white chocolate. I know in some countries they don't even allow you to use the word chocolate with white chocolate because the cocoa percentage is so low. It's below the legal threshold to call it the word chocolate. So they have to call it white confectionery. And then in the ingredients, of course, there's cocoa in there, right? So it is a type of chocolate to some people's minds. But on a country by country basis, some people just don't even call it an actual chocolate. To me, it usually tastes fatty and sweet. And there's a million different ways to get that fatty and sweet flavor. So white chocolate to me is kind of boring vehicle that's generally best used to make other foods taste better or more creamy and doesn't have any merit of its own, if that makes sense. I guess I'm pretty judgmental against it. And it's not that I hate it or think people shouldn't have white chocolate, just that it's not as interesting as I think the white chocolate lovers try to make it out to be. Yeah. I forgot what it was. Oh, yeah. Just neurospice that's missing the delusions of grandeur. I feel like while, one, I don't deserve any different treatment or better results in my life or people fawning over me, I'm like an anti-narcissist in particular, I think, because I've had really negative experiences with narcissists all the way up to this year. Some of you may know. Really bad experiences with narcissists in my life, over and over and over, different phases of my life, that I'm antagonistic to people who have any form of narcissism in them. But just ranking like the way my brain works versus others, the fact that a lot of other people I've met or know, just your like general folks you meet on the street, are not interested in life learning, challenging the thoughts or opinions that they've developed over time, debunking their own knowledge base to try to learn something new or different, theory craft better communication with their partner, family, friends, try to become a better person, try to do more with the time that they have. Most folks I know, they clock into their job. They're fine with the one job that they have because it pays for everything, even though it doesn't do anything that they're morally supportive of. And they clock out of that job and they go home and they decompress from the job. And then they go back the next day and do the same thing over again. They put in their hours pay for their basic needs. They come home, they decompress because that job really isn't that appealing. And, on weekends they catch up on stuff, right? Like, oh, I couldn't do yard work. I couldn't do this chore. Or I couldn't go see this specialist or whatever. So I better do that on the weekends. And then years go by that way, right? Years go by. They're mostly consuming like long form, really busy making content. They spend a lot of time playing, puzzle games on their phone, doom scrolling, watching sports, things that have like no end to them, things that you wouldn't come out of and say, I was enriched for that experience. You're just doing it just to like silence the thoughts in your mind. These are the people that would never today in 2024, in 2025, they would never go to the bathroom without their phone, right? Because that downtime, the allowing of your brain to talk to you in your empty space, to have a moment of respite where your thoughts are allowed to percolate, that would be so scary. They would never do that. They'd be like, ugh, no, I don't like when I let my brain talk to me. So in that regard, I feel like there's something in my brain that's superior. But it's not the same kind of neurospicy that a lot of my friends have. I don't have executive dysfunction. I don't have sensitivity to sensory elements or a requirement to hold to a specific schedule, that if I go off schedule, then things go off the rails. There are a lot of the neurospicy things that happen to a lot of other people that it's like you might get a mild superpower, but you get all these other detriments as a result. And I don't feel like I have my own detriments. I have plenty of detriments. The biggest of which I think is a lot of my life I spent as a jerk to other people. And that was very apparent. Yesterday, I watched the live stream, because this was remote. This is back in Southern California. The live stream of the memorial services for a person I considered my best friend for a number of years, especially high school and early college. I would tell people, this is my best friend. This is my best friend. Even times when we weren't really best friends, that was the title I had for him. And I attended his memorial services. I didn't fly over there. I didn't attend in person. I didn't reach out to a lot of people who were going to be in attendance, because that group, all of them, every single one, stopped reaching out to me. They didn't tell me, yo, D, you're being a real asshole. You've hurt some of us very deeply. You've left scars. We don't appreciate the sort of person you are. Nobody ever said any of those things overtly, even though I know that I did those things. They all just started hanging out and forgetting to call or forgetting to text. Not forgetting, but like deliberately, like, okay, well, we've gathered everybody that we want to have for this event, or everybody's here that we want to have here. And so I was quietly, politely ghosted out of a friend group, out of my main friend group. That was my main friend group for, years and years. the group that I spent most of my free time with during high school, especially. That was my core group of friends. And they all just silently, tacitly agreed, let's not have D involved in our lives. And so I went online to watch this memorial, and through cameras, I watched all of those people talk and commiserate and hug, and some of them shared their ideas of this friend, ex-friend of mine who passed away. And the majority of me was just, sad for the family and present in there for a tragic experience. Obviously, if this is somebody I knew in high school, he passed away young, right? There are health complications, unforeseen things. It wasn't an accident, but they didn't do an autopsy, so I don't know exactly what the cause of death was. And the vast majority of my feelings on the matter were, sadness and sorrow and mourning for the family. But there's also that part of me that was like, I'm so glad that I'm not there to stir the pot, that these people can live their own separate lives. But it also feels super weird and voyeuristic to watch them on a live stream talk about their good friend that they've stayed friends with all of these years after they all left me behind. And to see like slideshows of his life, which I'm not in. All of his friends who stayed in touch with him were part of the slideshow. It was like an alternate version of this guy's life that never involved me ever. And it felt weird, but I also felt very selfish for thinking about myself and how I related to that friend group on a day where the idea was to focus on somebody's passing away. Complex feelings. I don't know how I got on this chain. Let's catch up with chat. Tasty bread. What are we talking about bread for? Real white chocolate has cocoa butter, the fat from the cocoa pod. Yeah, I wouldn't say that makes it taste adjacent to chocolate, though. White chocolate and chocolate have a completely different flavor profile. And if you were to really sit down and describe what white chocolate tastes like, I feel like most people would say, it's fatty and creamy and it's sweet. There's not a lot of other nuance there, right? White chocolate's nasty. If it's authentic, it does have real cocoa in it. Yeah, it should. Generally, the reason why some countries do not label it as white chocolate, but label it as white confectionery, is the percentage of cocoa required to call it chocolate by law has not been met. So they have to call it confectionery. I can get not being interested in that all in some contexts, but only in some contexts. It's sad more people aren't interested in it. You mean like lifelong learning and development, that sort of thing? But I also get it for some people. Some people need everything they have for work in the first place. I feel like this is a thing that people will talk about who are in places of privilege. Most of my life, I've been like a working shill, and a lot of that work has been physical, never like backbreaking. I've never done construction or like heavy lifting as a career per se, but I've done a lot of like sweat equity. You work hard, you're running back and forth, you're lifting heavy boxes and sacks of things. You're restocking things. You're supporting customers who are mad and impolite about what they need, and you come home drained from all of that. Those types of jobs, for somebody to say, "Now go home and I want you to grind. I want you to learn and develop yourself and grow to be a bigger, better person. Like let's make you bigger and better than you've ever been through all of your downtime where you're not working." Fact is, you come home from those jobs, your feet are sore, you just really want to get your work clothes off of you. They smell sometimes, depending on what kind of job you do. You take home the smell of where you work or the product that you're working with, and that gets into your clothes, even into your skin. You shower, and then like all you want to do is binge watch, binge game, or anything else that gets you away from all of those ideas. Some people will actually use that time to do things that are considered more healthy, like they'll go out with their friends on hikes or short day trips, or they'll take care of pets and animals and stuff like that, or they'll do volunteer causes. These things still don't necessarily develop you as a person, I would say. They're almost like just a hobby or a second job to get you away from the stuff that you have to do for a living. So that like develop yourself and get better every day and grow your brain mindset is not always a viable strategy, because some of us just need to work to exist, right? So I'm not going to blame those people if they come into one of our streams and be like, oh, you know what, this is too cerebral for me. I'd be like, you know what, that's fine, I get it. I would never press somebody to take on more than what they're capable of on a week-to-week basis. Yeah. White chocolate is the fat of the pod and the sugar. Yeah. Yeah. It's not that riveting to me. It's fine as an additive for other foods. I've tried bringing it back to Starbucks, because that's one place where I remember white chocolate being more prevalent than in other places. During the holidays, they have this bar. I don't know if it's still out there, because I haven't been to Starbucks in a minute, called the Cranberry Bliss Bar. It has cranberries. It has baked cake of some sort. And the cranberries are super, super sugary. They're, doused in sugar water, so they don't taste tart or tangy hardly at all, just very mildly. And then there's like a white chocolate frosting and white chocolate chips. The white chocolate with the cranberry tastes good. If the cranberry wasn't there, it would taste pretty awful, really. It really needs to be an accent for other things. White chocolate's not a thing by itself, I think. Hiking can be way less healthy than playing games. I mean, it can be dangerous, but if we're just talking about sitting on your butt versus walking on your feet's generally going to be healthier. It's really hard to get lost in the woods while playing games. Well, it's hard to get lost in the woods while hiking these days. It's one thing back in the era where cell phones didn't have a built-in GPS. I had a friend who was an avid solo hiker, and she needed to have a GPS on her back in the day prior to cell phones, because that was a thing. Ocean wasn't so, but I just can't fault them. Yeah, I would love to live in a society where everybody's basic needs were met by such minimal effort and hours that when they got home, they had the gumption and the resources to be able to do with their lives what they've always wished to do. But I think the fact of the matter is, most people spend the vast majority of their lives when they're clocked out getting ready for their next shift. And by getting ready, I don't mean it takes you so long to set up your uniform and gas your car up and all that sort of. I just mean like detoxing, because people have such shitty, repetitive, bad jobs, bad customers, bad bosses, bad work drama, and you just get home and all you can do is get to a place where the next day you're actually willing to get out of bed. You know what, honestly, I don't think it takes a lot of detoxing to do this, but it takes a lot of time to do this detoxing, because part of the reason why it doesn't take like an immense amount of heavy lifting amount of detox is because people have so many threats to their livelihood. Again, I'm not talking about like middle class or higher. Those folks, if you decide you don't want to go to work one day, the missed wages aren't going to be a big deal. Maybe you're even on salary, so you can skip a day and they'll just take it out of your sick pay or your paid time off allowance or whatever. Or if you've used all of those up, you're not going to get into like correction territory or losing your job territory. But for wage slave sort of work, if you were to wake up the next morning and feel like you couldn't even go to work, you just felt so awful. The drama, the clients, the customers, somebody threatened you, whatever happened to be, your boss was just, irrational. And you decide, I just really don't want to go tomorrow. Guess what? You still have bills. You still have rent. If you can't make rent, if you can't pay your electric, if you can't pay your cell phone bill, anything that happens to you where a certain expense is not reachable because of your decisions, you've blocked yourself off because you really don't feel like you could stand another day at work. You're in an immense amount of trouble. You miss a bill, you're in immense amount of trouble. If you miss your rent, guess what you have to do? You have to pay it. You can't miss the rent and then just skip to the next month. You still have to pay it, and it will cost more, no matter what. Your small mental breakdown, your mental health day, your desire to not make as much this month because you just couldn't imagine yourself at work, you pay for that with penalty fees and overdrafts and everything else. You cannot make decisions that are based on like, you know what? I just don't see myself here. This isn't my calling. There's something more I need to be doing with my life. I stand up for myself against the abuse, and so I will not go in today. You can't make those decisions. There's too much coercive forces against you that force you into going day after day and you doing the minimum amount of detox required, at least, maybe more, so that you're able to be okay with doing it the next day, because the consequences of not are dire. I don't remember if I've asked this before, but is your name a play on the Gom Jabbar from the Dune books? Oh, good question. Detoxing is what I do while I watch this stream. Detoxing. That's that's what you're all doing here. Toxing by listening to me. What would the verb toxing mean? You're getting poisoned by me? God, I wonder what it'd be like to have a sick day or personal day. For most people, it means catching up. Most of us have jobs where it's like, if we're missing for a day or whatever, we have more work piled up that we have to take care of because of it. Because the staffing and backup resources for us, if we were to falter for even a day or a week or whatever, they don't exist. We're going to have to pick up the slack. Yeah. Or we have to pick up the slack at home because you just skip out on being paid. So then it's like, okay, what do I do with this missing money all of a sudden? Sick day means not paying bills. Yeah, 100%. Right now, especially because of this accidental caffeine intake, I'd love to just not go in tomorrow. I don't blame you. As late as it's getting, I was like, ugh, having to open the next morning, brutal. Absolutely brutal. Yeah. I'm so overworking retail again already. Yeah. Retail there's no good retail, I think. It's all awful, and each retail sphere is awful in its own way. Everything is so draining by the end of the shift. I'm just dizzy and numb from all that it is. Yeah, I don't blame you. Not one bit. So what I think I'd like to do, I don't think I'd like to do it tonight. I don't know why, but I think I'd like to set this up in a way that's more, maybe I'll do another slideshow or something, or put something together. I know I don't have a lot of like spare time to do stuff that's not already just set up in the live stream space. But there are a number of projects that, while not necessarily 2025 ready projects, are projects that I wanted to get off ground and I wanted to mention as part of the overall brand. They exist. They're in various stages of production, ideology, completion, and I think each different facet explains a subsection of who I am. So somebody who is interested in getting to know all components about me and see who I am as a human being and what sort of legacy I want to leave would be interested in seeing all of these projects and understand what my motivation in bringing them to fruition is. So that might be a big goal, either tomorrow or in the next subsequent few days, is explain what things I want to eventually get off the ground, without any, like, this is happening by the end of 2025 sort of thing. I can't make big promises like that, but a few things I definitely want to front burner, whereas other stuff I think I have to back burner until I can be sure that, you know, the family's taken care of, or the kids' needs for food and clothes and getting to school and doing activities and that sort of stuff, and just gas in the car, that's all like paid for before I open up certain venues. But I have a development business plan, as it were, that I'd like to talk about, and then also create a financial spreadsheet of some sort, maybe a little bit anonymizing, so it's not like just my raw finances, but at least explain a little bit about where streaming has come from when I started versus where it is now. I just sort of look at the trajectory and see how we've grown so far and what we can expect in the future. I haven't prepared these things for tonight's stream. The week, me just being so sick as I was, kind of escaped me. But I think I would like to share these things with you in the next few streams as they come up. Yeah. So expect that. A finances divulging and a business roadmap of sorts, where we can talk about, you know, where we're going and what we're doing. Like, why are you all bothering to stay here, and what sort of things can we expect to be produced in the near future, the far future, and just in general, if I continue to grow in this trajectory that we have so far. I'm doing a lot of stuttering. I apologize. It's my sick brain. Everything is so... we already read that. We can rename this the decompression stream. That sounds weird. It sounds like I'm out to just, like, squeeze you for some reason. All right. I did pull up Final Fantasy. We're going to play this. First, do I need to take another bio break? I feel I should take one more bio break before we just start streaming stuff. I'll be right back.
Yeti, is there anything that when you are with somebody or sharing a household with someone, you insist on doing because you think it is a role that you absolutely need personally to take on?
Besides making porn.
Uh-oh.
I do that.
I wonder if somebody clips what is going on. Will my voice stay deep? Or will everything like unphase itself?
Makes it deep for you.
See, but you have to hit a button to do that. I've just got I've got perma deep.
Oh, I've got.
That's what she said.
Yikes! Are you guys joining on me or what?
And then, I do it, but I put me on there. Right? Get on up. Get on up. Get up. Get on the stake. Like a sex mistake.
Whoa, that played out really weird. Please ignore my lyrics. Uh-oh. Whenever I see these guys, I'm gonna try to take as much PP as I can. No, I will not stop saying it that way. And then when we are in the kitchen, we also, you know, procreated twice recently, and so those like little toddler sort of things, they like to fight, they like to get underfoot, they like to cause the biggest problems when we're making food, because that's when our hands are dirty and it's hard to deal with them.
Lava from the lava core. Here's a question. Would you all want, as part of either live streams or separate content like Discord exclusives or Patron or something else, somewhere hiding around the scenes, a behind the scenes look into like health trajectory while I change like diet, do active stuff, exercise on stream, maybe that kind of stuff. Yeah. Hugs are accepted. That's a squeeze. You're also overthinking, but no complaints. No, I'm just making fun. I have the link for the true ending of Alan Wake 2 if you want me to DM. Oh, yeah. I forgot. Let's watch that. Yeah, DM it to me. We'll watch that, and then we'll go into Final Fantasy stuff. Actually, I might need to queue up for this one thing first real quick. Wait, I'm already done with that. Let me queue up for alliance rates real quick, because you rarely find adventurer need DPS in the various queues, and I'm trying to level up all of my DPS classes first, because the queue time is usually really, really long for DPS, because there's a million deep people who just want to play deeps, right? Whereas it's much harder to find people who want to play tank and heals. So I'll queue up for this, maybe run the alliance raid, and then we can watch the Alan Wake thing. I like talking about it, but too much just gets kind of boring. Talking like the health side of things. Like if I were to just be like, all right, we're gonna do push-ups on stream, that might be boring. That's more my Teddy's style, but it's good for you. Oh, squeezing versus hugging, or like doing live stream, me getting healthy content. Talked about a few different things, so now I'm not sure which you're replying to per se. Yeah, that's stuff like I feel like needs to get done, but I also feel like it'd be a little bit of a chore if I have to put a camera on and be live with people while I'm like trying to be healthier, or just like show people what I'm eating on a day-to-day basis. I don't know, it feels kind of like health guru-y sort of stuff too, which I feel like that space is one full of like toxic people who have weird claims and are like they're all trying to sell their affiliate link for, you know, their powders or special supplement mixes or whatever. It's a really toxic and sort of gross place. Live stream exercise, like the same motion over and over. That's true. Yeah, that's true. It might be kind of boring to watch somebody just doing the same thing. What I think the best I would ever do is probably what I do right now with triple self-care, which is like, if you tell me to stretch, if you tell me to do something, I'll do it. But then it's not going to be like the reason why we're all hanging out. Like I'll still be mostly wanting to like chat, exchange ideas, and be connective in that way. And the stream won't be about watch me do stuff. Not least of which, I don't think I will be that entertaining or exciting to watch do exercise, because I'm so out of shape and coordination these days compared to what I used to be. I can't be that interesting to watch. Most people would probably want to watch somebody attractive and ripped do that kind of stuff. There's not even much talking. Yeah, I'd prefer to keep things chatty, I think. the workout thing. Health via diet is me. He's the one with the muscles. I'm the average book hermit. I think between those two, you've got the right of it. I went to my friend's gym once when he had like a bring a friend day. It's like a random Tuesday or whatever. It's like bring a friend day once a month. You could come every month. At the end of the bring a friend day, before we were allowed to go, I had to meet one of their sales reps in their office. Might have even been the manager. I don't know. I had to sit down and talk with somebody in the office. I was like, what is this all about? Why'd I have to like sit down with somebody? I just came here to like use gym equipment for free for the day. And he was trying to matriculate my visit into a sale. I was like, oh, this is kind of gross. Like, is the whole reason you have people come to your gym for free so that you can try to poach them into a membership? And he said at some point, he was like, what do I have to do to get you to sign up for a membership today? Like, he just laid it all bare on the table. And I was kind of young. I must have been like late teens, early 20s or something like that. I was kind of young, but I was like, I just don't have the money to like just say yes right now. Like, I'm not trying to play hardball with you. I told him I'm not trying to play hardball. I was literally just trying to tell him the facts. I was like, honestly, I eat really, really healthy and I'm active, but I'm not like gym active. And he said, you know what? You've got the right idea. He said, I feel like, from what I understand, working for this gym, diet is like 70% of the battle, and doing exercises and gym equipment and that's like the other 30%. It's really, if you can master diet, you're far ahead of everybody else. It's not about how hard you like work out. Best thing about a push-ups redeem is pulling 100K points and making the streamer do 300 push-ups. I got news for you, buddy. Streaming rewards, channel point redemptions can be set to have caps per user and caps per stream. And I set it up so that most of my redemptions have some sort of cap on them, because there was a once upon a time where I didn't, and Simbatha came in with, I don't know, like 26 people on a raid once. And they all tried to drown me. They were like, hydration, 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 hydration. And I had to get like more water to take as much of that. I was just like, gulp. I almost made myself drown. I made myself so sick that night because I was trying to, obviously I could have just said, no, I'm not going to do that. But I sort of played along with it. But then after that night, I said, people can't do this.
Nothing,
All right, Stuart.
I'm right as the mail.
Oz had a dangerous game she used to play too when she was a new streamer. She used to fill up a cup full of water, and anytime somebody said hydration check on her chat, she'd be like, okay, I'm going to start drinking. You tell me when to stop. And some people just wouldn't type. They just would make her guzzle an entire, and she would take like big tumblers, like 32-ounce tumblers of water. And then she'd have to guzzle it all down. Or if there was lag, like they were like, okay, that's good. But then it would take several seconds for their chat to come through in OBS. Then she'd just be like guzzling until she finally saw the message. It's a bad idea. I don't know. When we were younger streamers, I don't know what we were thinking. A lot of it was just like, in what ways can I make myself uncomfortable or awkward or, harm myself for viewers? Maybe somebody will matriculate into a sub if I do this. Such a stupid ideology back then. Whoops, this is not what I want to talk about. Let's get some cackpot. Poop. That's my cue already. All right, we'll come back for the other ones. I am pretty brand new to Viper. I do not expect myself to do very well here, but we'll see. My diet isn't healthy, hence average and constant snacks, but one of my perks is as a cook and remembering where I could curb things to keep those muscles. I mean, that's smart. You don't necessarily have to give up tasty foods to eat healthy. You just have to hold yourself to standards that other people do not when they go off the rails with their diet. When most people go off the rails with their diet, the number one reason why it happens in the US is because processed foods do not give you the satiety that regular foods do. So when dealing with getting yourself fed in a given day, if you are going to go out and get, white flour, hydrogenation, shelf stable foods, certain oils and processed sugars and flours that make something last on a shelf for a long period of time, or pre-prepared foods that you go to a fast food restaurant and then they stick in a microwave or a fryer and then it tastes like it was just cooked when all it was heated up, right? Those kind of foods, once you've eaten them, you wait for it to like sort of move through your body a little bit, and once the bloating feeling of having food in your stomach subsides, you don't actually feel the nutrient sensation of I've given myself minerals, vitamins, my organs feel sated, like they can do stuff. My cells feel like they can create new cellular material. You have a bunch of what's considered, like empty calories, like drinking a soda. They always call that like empty calories, right? So when you incorporate that kind of lifestyle for a long enough period of time, you get to this place where you realize you've been eating, and you've never really been sating your food, sating your diet well enough. Sating your diet, is that the right term? You haven't been sating your hunger for actual nutrients well enough so that you feel like you can glean something from what you've been putting away. You know what I mean? That's how really, really bad diets turn as bad as they are. Go away so I can keep fighting. And that's how people end up gaining a lot of weight. And honestly, that's probably where a lot of my bad habits with food sort of stem from as well, is finding those foods that feel comfortable for a period of time where I don't feel like I'm in control of things, and food is like the one thing I feel like I can control. It's like the inverse of anorexia, right? Anorexia is sort of the same sort of when your life feels off the rails and the only thing you can control is what you put inside of you, and so you have almost nothing. You either overeat or undereat. It's easier in the US, I think, to overeat because you can find foods where you fill yourself up, you feel satisfied, sated, comfortable, your belly's full, you're relaxed, but then very shortly after, you feel like you need more food and you're able to put away more, even if it's going to make you sick, because you're just so devoid of nutrients from what you've eaten. I feel like you put away more foods that make you feel good after eating them, and therefore when you snack, you don't snack off the rails. You know what I mean? I don't know anything about this job, so if you're watching me playing this and you're like, I play this job on Final Fantasy 14 all the time, and you are very bad at what you're doing, you're right, I probably am. I really have never much played Viper, so I'm probably making a lot of mistakes. But I also feel like Viper is easier than other jobs. Maybe that's just me. Yikes, get away from me. I like doing one meal a day or intermittent fasting. I do too. With a small initial meal and a hearty dinner, but cooking the dinner myself. I prefer having a big breakfast or first meal, whenever it is that I break my fast. And then as the day goes on, I have less and less food. But I don't like having a big hearty meal near or at the end of my day. Often because I need to randomly be able to pass out and get opportunistic sleep in the later part of my day. And sleeping on a full stomach is a bad idea. I hope I'm aimed the right way. Oh, I did not die. Okay, good. I can't always, but I love doing it that way. On the bright side, even by watching the quantity of consumption combined with working this job, I'm down 6 pounds in a month while putting on a lot of muscle. That's amazing. I'm sure you've actually gained a lot of muscle weight, so you probably lost more than 6 pounds. You probably just lost 6 pounds net. Yeah. I can't do that. Can't eat a big meal first thing in the morning. Magna, hi and welcome. We're just chatting diet and exercise proclivities and what's working for us and what I ought to be doing instead of what I'm doing these days. You know some of the why I'm doing what I'm doing these days, so I'm trying to change it. Not as a New Year's resolution, just because it needs to change. The timing just happened to be around this time of year, but it's not related to New Year's. I don't believe in New Year's resolutions. But I also don't eat at the end of the day. My small food is my break at work. My large food is right when I get home from work. That to me I think is more reasonable. I still prefer to have the bigger meal earlier, but that I could get behind. Whereas just eating very large and then sleeping soon after, I think I could not get behind. Wait, why are you pulling him over there? You can no longer melee. I have the worst diet. What is the worst diet? Or are you willing to share? This is not safe. There's no good safe place. Jeez. This is too far. Too far. Why'd you pull him way over there? Some of us have melee needs. I think I'd throw up if I ate a large meal right before work. Yeah, so obviously your job is relatively physical as I understand it. Mine's very sedentary, so I have time to sit and digest a bigger meal. And I think having nutrients in your brain while you're trying to think is one thing versus while you're trying to be active and lift and move is another thing. I remember before my SATs, I had a big honkin', what did I have? Oh, like a pancake breakfast. My mom made me like gingerbread pancakes. They were dense, rich, nutrient full. They had extra protein in them. Like they were like a power meal. They were one of those meals you give to slaves to go do a day's worth of work after one meal sort of thing. Yeah. And I did really well on my SATs as a result. So if you're just going to sit and use your brain, I think packing your body full of nutrients and then being sedentary is fine. But if your job is, all right, let's clock in and immediately be active, that would suck. I would not want that. I eat dinner and that's pretty much it. One meal a day is not terrible. It just means you have a slower metabolism. You have to adjust your intake of calories for that. I can't eat first thing. Eating midday makes me feel gross and sluggish. I get the sluggishness. I used to work in a restaurant as a key manager, like a shift lead sort of role, and we get free meals as management, as minor management, and I'd always come back from those feeling like I didn't want to do anything, and unfortunately, my servers started to learn that they could get away with anything they wanted as long as they waited until after I had finished food. Then they're like, oh, now's the time to ask D for literally anything because there's no way he's going to say no. He's, fat and sassy at this point. It's rude. But it was so true at the same time. It was so true. You just get away with murder. And, back then I was in I was even in a poorer state than at other points in my life that I was never going to say no to a free meal. I needed that free meal per work shift to work into my budget. That was part of it. That was part of my grocery budget was adjusted if and only if I would make sure to always get the free meal at work. Even if I was sick of the food, it was, I'd much rather be eating something else today. The place across from us looked really delicious today. Didn't matter. I had to get my free food because that's what I could afford. I never thought about that. I shouldn't force feed my next boss when it comes to races. Yeah. People are really, animalistic. If you think about it, we're driven by a lot of basal functionality that I think we need to remember is part of us. We're scared the same way. We get hangry the same way. There are a number of ways in which we are, predictable, I guess. These guys respawn. This guy. Cool. Finish that. I'm not saying all humankind is predictable. We have so many ways in which we're different from each other. But there are a few things that transcend culture and get off me. Get off my nuts. Culture, genetics, background, the whole shebang that you got to watch out for. And just the way we are after we finished food, that's part of it. I'm lucky that this particular expansion was one I spent a lot of time in. I know the content almost well enough that I don't have to pay too much attention to what we're actually doing. I just sort of know where I need to stand. Who I need to be attacking and what and why. Just go and do the thing. This was endgame content when I had been playing for a bit already. So I felt very accustomed to the game by the time we were doing this. And so we ran this particular raid often. We don't need to grab those. She's going to shoot them in places we won't get hurt. We already read that. Yeah, foods are one of those things that they hit everybody kind of the same way. I think the way people get hangry, the way people get sated, the types of foods that you choose to eat, and how well they work for your overall health. A lot of that works the same for almost everybody. Are there allergies and taste profiles that differ from person to person? Sure. Are there certain foods that some folks can't eat or have nostalgia based around them? Sure, of course. All that kind of stuff exists and creates some variance, but there's also a lot more similarities to our diets than there are differences as far as what works, what shouldn't work, what we should avoid, what we should all stay on. Why pull them apart? Why would you do this? Why have you done this? They're like just far enough away that my AoEs aren't hitting 3 people. I do feel like there's some propensities, though, and those can be genetic. Sometimes it's hard to tell exactly where something comes from. If it's a certain type of trauma that everybody reacts to the same way, or if it's familial, or if it's learned. I feel like a lot of the first claims about people saying, oh, my family's all this way, it's genetic, didn't account for behavioral or like learned, like learned cogsci sort of stuff. So you could grow up in a family where junk food was the norm. Everybody had dessert after, every dinner. So that's just the way your life was contextualized. And then you say, oh, yeah, my doctor asked if diabetes ran in my family. I said, yeah, it's genetic. Is that really a genetic diabetes, or is everybody in your family eating so much sugar that they will always have problems with insulin and the pancreas and stuff at some point in their lives because of how abusive they are to their bodies with regard to sugar? I would say more often than not, at one point in our lives, that's how diet was. That people could claim that there is an issue with their genetics, but it probably wasn't genetics. It was probably behavioral, probably taught or inherited behaviors. And then if you were to pull away from that, have a different diet, or be raised by somebody else, you would realize, oh yeah, this doesn't happen to me because I didn't eat the same way everybody else in that family learned how to eat. I'm not sure if I'm doing the right thing, but I'm just watching everybody else and hoping I am. Some of these tells for this guy I don't particularly remember. So I just have to watch other people and hope that the democratic truth comes out. Get away with that thing. My mom definitely had problems with her diet, and I think I didn't inherit genetically what happened with her, with what's been wrong with my diet recently. But I think what's been wrong with my diet recently is that we both have a certain way of seeing the world and interacting with people. And sometimes when we're out of control of things, when things are being manipulated around us beyond our capacity to deal with, we sometimes turn to food as some sort of solace, which is bad, dangerous. And in that regard, we're the same there. Now, was that behavior learned from her or genetic from her or whatever? I don't know. But I wouldn't say I have a genetic disposition to eat like her, per se. It really did come more down to
we've experienced similar like life events. Oh, dude, person in our group just murdered somebody in another group by his actions. A lot of stuff seen as genetic when it's just family habits that get them. Yeah. I wish I understood why people don't immediately look to behaviors learned first. Maybe it's a pride issue. I definitely do believe some people would take umbrage to being told your child learned this bad habit from you. They'd be like, no, they didn't. You know, I'm a good parent. Good parents don't pass down generational trauma or like bad habits or something like that. I teach my kids good. I told them, do as I say, not as I do. And then they did that. So it might just be a pride thing. But by and large, I would always look at that first, you know? I'm going to go this way. Yeah. Ooh. Oh, okay. Our guy died. That was fast. I don't always believe in Occam's razor. Occam's razor being the philosophical idea that the easiest or simplest explanation for something is oftentimes the most accurate or the most likely, I guess. I don't think that's a hard and fast rule of life. There are definitely many reasons in which Occam's razor fails, where the more complex analysis of something happens to be the truth, and we just hate that because we love to wrap everything up in tight little packages that are neat and easy to explain and actually make sense to our common sense. Our common sense is awful. Our ability to understand the world through common sense makes us misunderstand so many systems in this life. So I completely and utterly often mistrust common sense. But in some cases, I do think Occam's razor is a good idea. One of them being, when it comes down to how a child developed, you know, the first thing you would probably want to take a look at, especially if the child is still young, is what kind of life experiences have they had with the people in their, you know, direct family. What have they been taught is the right way to do stuff. I'm gonna die because I'm coughing instead of running. Good lord. They're gonna make us run all the way past B's section just so we can fight this guy? That's rude. Is he dead yet? Not only did he make us run all the way across the map. Somebody better take this from me. Yeah. Good thing some of us in the DPS world know about passing this tether around. Oh, looks like we all do. Look at that. Everybody's doing their part. It's a mechanic where something targets DPS. If you get hit by it twice, you die. And so each one of four different people on your DPS team have to step up and share the load, Mr. Frodo. Yeah, I'd always first look at behaviors and then, barring that, start looking at other things like genetics and predispositions in the family and that sort of thing. I ended up with a really bad vascular situation. I got a blood clot in my femoral vein. I think it was a vein. It's whatever one is dangerous. Artery is away, vein is toward your heart, right? Toward your heart, lungs, head, that sort of thing. So I think it was a vein. And that clot happened
after what I consider a reasonable upbringing, I wasn't brought up with the most stellar diet. You know, I was allowed like sugar and donuts and treats and candy and that sort of stuff, but that wasn't a big staple. We didn't have like sodas in the house all the time and junk food and fast food and all that sort of stuff. So I did okay as far as the diet I was raised with, and I still ended up with a blood clot. And I did find out after I got that other members of my family also had vascular issues. Veins had to be stripped out. One of my great aunts had elephantitis in her legs, like all sorts of like swelling, edema, varicose veins, blood clots, and all sorts of other things clear across all of my family. And that's not all family that all lived together with the same parents teaching them the same diet. It's distinctly different family members. In cases like that, I'd be like, you know what? Genetics. Sure. That makes sense to me then. Because what else is it going to be in a case like that where we're all from such disparate families and diets, behaviors, or in some family members' cases, also a matter of different what's the word I'm looking for? Generations. Like we had different generations of family too that also had the same problems. So, you know, my great aunt and parents' generation and siblings and yeah, all sorts of us had similar problems outcropping. So it's like, okay, it's not just a generation, it's not just a diet. Okay, I'm starting to get actually tired. Yes, I'm so happy for you. Gonna take the chance to see if I can get some sleep and dip out of here. Good, good, good. I'm always worried about getting some sort of clot myself. I worry about a lot of health issues. I would not spend too much time worrying. That kind of stuff is either going to happen because it's just it's part of your body and your body will do what it's got to do. Or if you are going to worry in any sort of way, I'd worry in the attempt to live your life to mitigate risks. Don't worry what's going to happen to me. Just live a life that says, I'm doing like the best I kind of can right now. Budget constraints built in there. Personal, you know, taste preferences and whatnot built in there. Just make sure that you're taking care of yourself the best you can. And then should anything happen, you don't have yourself to blame. Yeah. I'm about to try to get some sleep. It was so hecka nice to catch a stream. So it was nice to have you. I wish you were here under a different pretext. That it was not about you being stuck because you could not get sleep, could not get respite. But, oh crap, I'm in the wrong spot. But hopefully in 2025, schedule things will happen. It might have to be on the back half, like August and after, where we see a change to my schedule, because it's going to things are necessarily going to be different starting in August. The Tiny starts kindergarten, so that's a big life change for us. But once that happens, I will probably have another different schedule. Maybe you'll have a different schedule at that point too. We'll just have to make an assessment. Thanks for the fanfare. I love that guy. There's a reason he's featured. If you don't know who he is, I don't want to spoil too much. Preemptive victory music. Oh, yeah. Well, there's a whole this isn't even my final form. In fact, she has 3 phases. So we just beat phase 1. Be ready for phase 2. And then there's a phase 3 after that. She does a final form transition twice. Yeah, so here's the weird ethereal, we're floating on a rock version of, or form of the fight. Also hiding in the dome form. And her lower half is going to try to munch its way through. Nom, 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 nom. Nom, 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 nom. And we're going to go fight the face. Oh, we're doing great. That face got pushed back real fast. That's just a heal check. She's going to do all sorts of spells against the shield. And some of the damage is going to leak in. So our healers are just going to have to keep doing little bits of healies to keep us going. This part sucks as a healer. It feels very nerve-wracking to be responsible of keeping it going and going and going. Shield's down. Are we going to make it? Luckily, somebody stepped in and saved us. I'm losing my voice. I don't know if I can make it to 4. I'm going to try. Maybe I'll just have to be a little less chatty. That's hard for me. All right. We're almost there. Wait, what happened to... There's another phase in here. There's another little mini thing in here. I don't think we're allowed to skip it yet. It's going to come up. I just forget exactly when it happens, but there's another little phase in here too. Yeah, imagine a stream. This has happened once in a great while. I will stream and I will either be so tired, so sick, or so distracted by something in my life that I actually literally will not have the capacity to focus and talk, or just to be chatty at all. Those are pretty rare circumstances. And it always feels weird. I feel like I'm failing some sort of an accord. Like, you have come in, you're in my channel, you're here hanging out with me. My brand is, our deep chats and deliberating on topics and snark and high level chat. And if I'm just like staring at the screen, game faced, like, oh, hang on, I gotta focus on this. That's all I can do right now. It's all my brain's capable of. I feel like that's like I'm failing as a content creator in some way. Like, I always have to be saying something salient and bringing the community up, leveling us up as a species, as humanity. One thing, it was a talk we had this last year on, I think, the concept of dinosaurs, and that birds are actually considered as dinosaurs now. Did we just skip that? We skipped a phase of this fight. How did that even happen? Or did they take it away? I wonder if they took away a phase of that fight. There's this whole, like, running across a maze part of the fight that we never did. Interesting. Do I want any of this? Maybe I want the cards. It's free MGP. And a orchestrion roll I never got. I'll pass on everything else. Well, I can get seals out of these things. When we were talking about evolution and birds being classified as dinosaurs and stuff, I did some research on taxonomy and learned how wrong or how different it is now than when I was growing up as a kid, what I was taught in school. And I think one of the most interesting things that I learned in my self-exploration on the matter was, I'm going to say for that, that species aren't necessarily as distinct as we once thought they were. We had this idea that a species is very separate from other things. Species can't reproduce with other species. And that is the most distinct. That's like the atom of the animal world. Anything below a species is intermixable and changeable. You know, it's like just a variant or a cultivar of something, but it's not different enough. Where species is like the most basic form of difference between two creatures. And now we're learning through genetics and behaviors and through understanding reproductive capacity of different creatures that that's simply not the case. That species, what we thought was sort of the core of what a species was, is that's going out the window too. All this, it's really cool to see what we're able to learn from what we have as far as tech these days. How it's God, I sound like RFK Jr. How it's changing our view of even just taxonomically putting together a tree of life. Avians were a distinct branch of dinos. Yeah, they still are a branch in dinos. Yeah. Aves. Not all dinos were avians, yeah. So you have Dinosauria, and under Dinosauria you have different branches. Among them is the Aves branch. So every bird is a dinosaur. Not every dinosaur is a bird. And the interesting part of that is dinosaurs were the ones who invented or who manifested hollow bones to get as big as they could and be strong. They did not have the big, heavy muscles that mammals had. If you got as big as a dinosaur and built your bone and muscular structure the way a mammal would, you'd be too heavy, you'd implode from your own weight. So the hollow bone idea, it was so that you could have something like a pneumatic system within the, or hydraulic might be a better term, hydraulic system inside of your bones to move with force your body to move around and stuff like that. And having those hollower, lighter bone structures also allowed certain dinosaurs to start experimenting with gliding and eventually flight. But it came that way around first, where it was about having the power to move and live as a large creature before it was ever a thing about flight. I always thought, oh, birds evolved hollow bones so that they could fly, when it wasn't the case. Kind of cool. Unless you're an underwater mammal. Oh, yeah, true. Very different rules then. We are going to watch the new Game Plus ending for Alan Wake 2. Why? Last stream, we beat Alan Wake 2. We unlocked New Game Plus. I am not going to spend the time it takes to beat Alan Wake twice, back to back. So I would very much like to see the new Game Plus ending without actually having to play through all of that content. We're going to watch that before I queue up for my next thing so that we can understand like the good ending to this game. So to do that, we're going to pull this up here. It's going to load. Stop. We're going to picture-in-picture. There you are, you beautiful beast. Wait, why is it there but not here? I.e., I can see it on stream. Oh, hang on. Oh, that's weird. I see. I have two copies of it if I do it that way. Okay. Let's pull it up this way and let's make this a little bit bigger. Like, bigger? Yeah, I think so. And let's see what we got. Everybody can hear that, right?
Alan? Saga, I finished it. The ending we talked about.
I have the clicker and the bullet of light. Let's do this. I have to be the one to do it.
I see it clearly now. This part at least. Okay. We have met here before. Time loops in the dark place. Every choice you make affects everything that comes before and after you make it.
Oh my.
He's here. Like it does when you change a detail in a story you're writing.
Casey?
Click.
When the bullet of light blew the darkness out of the crater of my skull, the dark presence was born from the remains, feeding on the horror around it to grow.
This feels new. No. We've seen this. We've seen this part still.
It found me writing. It tapped into me, influenced me. I was lost in my work. The link was severed when I finished Return, but the dark presence was hungry for more. And I was missing the small part of myself that it had been born from. Alice, love is strange. Even apart, we're still together in our memories. We put each other through hell to set us free. Again and again. Different versions of us. Alice helped me get there, where I needed to be. It has taken so long. The process to change reality is so delicate. To be true in just the right way and still find a way past our flaws. So many drafts, so many photographs, so many lives lived outside of time. An eternity apart on this journey to finally arrive here.
Casey's awake. And good again? I think he's good again. This is where the last game ended. The last ending.
Anderson.
Can you stop kissing everything?
But wait, there's more. Oz and Raiders, hi and welcome. I gotta pause this right now, real quick, because spoilers for anybody who hasn't played Alan Wake 2. If you are raiding in right now, first, hello, thank you, hi, welcome. Hi, Oz, how is Strem? Second of all, if you are staying and not immediately going to go do some self-care, find another person to watch, eat a sandwich, brush your teeth, whatever you need to do. If you are staying, we are watching the true ending of Alan Wake 2, the new game plus ending, which I'm not playing all the way through this game twice. I just beat it the normal way. I'm not going to do the new game plus ending right now. So we're watching the ending. You will be spoiled for Alan Wake 2 ending stuff if you hang out here. Big spoiler alert, because it's a relatively new game. That this is a game you intend to play. You can go do some self-care for 2 minutes and then come back. But thanks, Oz, for mistrusting me with your community. Let's continue watching this, shall we? Boop.
Logan? Logan? Are you all right?
I had a terrible nightmare. Can you come home, Mom?
Oh, baby. It's over now. You're all right. I'm here. I'm on my way home. I love you.
So she did prevail. And what's happening to Alan? Nice bindi.
The ending worked. Scratch is gone.
At last.
Thank you, my love. And so I return. With me I bear the torch of knowledge. The light. The miracle illuminated.
Darn, I was hoping that would stay on his forehead.
Master of two worlds. No. The master of many worlds.
Oh, so deep. Okay, this is somebody else's thing. Interesting. Okay. It adds just a little bit of extra context. It gives us the happy ending that we were kind of hoping would happen. So I can appreciate that. It wraps up the loose ends that were otherwise kind of like dangling and saying, if you want to know more, just buy the next Remedy game, right? Whereas in this case, they actually went through and were like, okay, all right, we'll give you the ending you yearned for and explain to you exactly what was supposed to happen. Take out that ambiguity. I appreciate that. It was good. It's good. I think given how short that little bit was and how little they actually told you or gave you, I would have been upset having to do the whole new game plus to get that little extra bit. I feel like it is just not enough ending for the amount of extra work you'd have to do. Unless you just loved the game, you really were aching to play New Game Plus, then I get it. I would get it. What were you all watching? What was Oz streaming? I don't know if she's at Keys. I haven't seen anything since she raided in. Oh, poop. This one's going to nick me, isn't it? Damn. That was it. That's a game you can't do anything to. It's literally just you stand there and watch RNG play its game out to you. And then based on what happens, you win or you don't win. There's nothing else to it. I forgot I turned off the music in here. It's so quiet. Everything's gone. There we go. I have, since we played through all of the Alan Wake games, have had a real hankering to go back to Control. And so I get it. I kind of wish, or actually I don't know if there is. Is there a new game plus to Control? I feel like there wasn't. Or if there was, I just said, oh, there's no way I'm doing that because the game was so long and complicated. And now I feel like, oh, I do want to go back and play it again after all. But that's only because after we beat all the Alan Wakes, now I'm like, oh, now I really want to see the game again with the context of the Alan Wake universe. Now I want to go back and see what it's like to play Control again. But we probably won't, if I'm being honest with myself, until Control 2 is ready to come out, in which case maybe I will do them back to back. I have to have some sort of forewarning though, because Control 1 with all the DLCs, it's a pretty significantly long game. It will take some significant time to beat. So I have to give myself enough time to make sure I'm doing it right, so that Control 2 doesn't immediately come out and I'm like, well, why am I sitting here playing Control 1? Oh, leveling I can do as deeps. Let's do it. Oh, it just changed. Bastards. I was just about to get the Adventurer in Need bonus. That's okay. Enjoy the silence. That sounds familiar. Depeche Mode fan? I guess just start from the top. Just queue up. Still says less than 5 minutes. Not a long queue. DPS queues have been actually pretty good since this expansion. I feel like Dawn Trail was a very successful expansion. I don't know for sure. I don't sit and read video game news or demographics on how sales are doing for different companies, but a lot of folks are in game since this expansion dropped. They're busy, they're occupied with the game, they're interested, and queue times for all of the roulettes are pretty low. Which I feel means everybody's interested in hanging out and playing. I went home to visit my folks for Christmas, and my dad kept listening to Depeche Mode. I can think of worse things. That's pretty cool. Pretty cool dad. There's a version of that song I used to play when I was a VJ, and I still haven't been able to track down the right version since leaving the bar. They owned it. Leaving the bar, they owned it. I made mixtapes as a kid with it. That's awesome. Speaking of versions of songs, this might have to be a Discord exclusive. So if you're not connected to Discord, cyberstalk me and get yourself on Discord. But I have a friend who got into acting, and oh man, there's no good outcome for this, is there? And he ended up on a pretty famous song's music video. And then within a year or two, the band released a different version of the music video that wasn't telling the story that the first one was at all. And he was just not in the new music video at all. It was just a completely different story. I was like, oh, that sucks. I've told some friends of mine and people that I've met, like, oh yeah, my friend's in this music video, and then I go to look it up and I couldn't find it at all online. I just thought about it yesterday and it was there. Be right back from ads. It's one of those things, like, I felt so gaslit. It was like the internet told me for the longest time, oh yeah, this music video doesn't exist, and it never existed. I was like, it existed. I have vivid, absolute memories that this happened, that we actually watched. I mean, in fact, I think after he booked it and it filmed, like, it was like a house party at my place that he was like, hey, I want everybody to watch this music video. I'm in it. And I was like, oh, cool. Let's watch what you're doing. It wasn't any, like, particularly big gig to write to home as far as, like, what he was doing in the video. He was locked lips with some girl on a couch, and that was pretty much the extent of what he was doing with his role. Like, we need you to sit on this couch. We need you to be, like, locked in a kiss, but not, like, actively, like, moving your hands and smooching with your lips and all that sort of stuff. We just need you to be, like, your lips are pressed against hers and you're motionless, kind of thing. He's like, oh, that sounds like a good gig. I could do that. that was the extent of the gig. I mean, I've had easier gigs than that too, so I'm not gonna fault him for that was what he did that day for money. But then the music video was taken down, and I swear it was down for years. Every once in a while, I'd think about it again, and I'd go try to find it, and I'd be like, yo, this video was made. I feel so gaslit, but this video was made. It absolutely. There's a time when I know it existed. I saw it online. Oh God, that didn't get me. I'm impressed. That one's gonna get me for sure. Maybe not. Somebody actually. Oh, they activated it so fast. I bet it's gonna die. And then we're all gonna die from this swing attack. Oh, we did not die. Okay. You all have to wait to activate that, though. So, if you're not on the Discord and you're curious what I'm talking about, I will also mention it in real life. Oh, we could just kill this guy before he even takes us out. The music video is by a band called The Fray, and the song is called How to Save a Life. If you look it up today on YouTube, and you're watching this live, if you're watching this on VOD, no guarantees, you can look it up on YouTube and you can see a version that's called The Fray How to Save a Life alternate version. And you can see my friend making out on the couch. It was a very different version. I think it was trying to be edgy. And the newer version is just like band focused. Like how can we show off the band more so everybody gets to know what they look like and fetishize them as people, that sort of thing. Like you do with musicians. But the alternate version, and it says, here's the weird thing. I swear this was down for years. It says it was posted 13 years ago. So I think it was just down because they made it private, because they didn't really want people watching that version. And recently, I don't know how recently, made it unprivate. That's my only estimation that makes sense. Recorded right off the radio. I remember making mixtapes right off the radio. That was good times. The bane of my existence from 2000 to 2004 was trying to track down club tracks I got crunk to on Napster. Nice. Good times. Yeah, that was hard. How could you do that before Shazam? Or, you know, when your phone, you could just ask your phone, what song am I listening to? And it would just tell you. I love that part of technology these days. The version of the music video of a version of Enjoy the Silence, Depeche Mode. Oh, that was owned by a bar I used to VJ for. Interesting. Haven't been able to find the same one since. Crazy. We're pre-internet. True. I think I eventually found every song I wanted, but it was tough. That takes a lot of tenacity. You were living in the same city at the same time? That's cool. Small world. Troy and I had such intersecting circles, might have met at some point, but lived the gay lives. Maybe. Nico and I have shared stories about when we were younger and living in the same part of the country as well. And it would be a miracle if we hadn't met each other at some point. There's something just about our interests and the things that we did and the people we hung out with. Like, we honestly, almost certainly, at least we're in the same venues, hanging out with the same people. Oh, crap. I'm going to get hit by that. Ah. Son of a bitch. I used the eye, but still got caught by it. By his attack. Damn. We were both into gaming and game stores specifically, and motorcycles, and involved in the communities for and events locally for a lot of that kind of stuff. We didn't even know the same people as far as I could tell, sharing notes with him, but it feels like we must have run across each other or had mutual friends at some point. We just haven't discovered how or where. Amazon just released a series of shorts based on games done by the group who did Love, Death, and Robots. Oh, cool. Watched the Mega Man one. It was pretty cool. That sounds fun. Magna just streamed. How many Mega Man games have you streamed, Magna? Where did you start, and how many have you gone through? Just out of curiosity. That is a series that I love and just haven't given the time to go through and get them, play them, get good at them. Because I am not good at platformers or shooters, side-scroller shooters, that kind of thing. But I would love to be. I'd love to be a great Mega Man player. You played through 1 through 8. Then X through X5. Nice. Maybe X6, like you don't remember, or maybe you will. What's the maybe? Love the Mega Man X series, but they are so hard near the end of them. I like when games get harder and harder, though. I sort of miss that idea that you would make a game and you would acquiesce that in your design, the ending of the game would be perceived by, 100 minus N% of the population. It was never 100%. It wasn't a guarantee to see the ending. Could have been 20%, 50%, but there are a bunch of people who would buy this game, own it, and would never see the ending because it was a skill set thing. It was just that hard, right? God, my voice is just getting more and more gravel as we go. That's fine. Part of it is this cough. Every time I cough, it's just slowly taking my vocal cords out bits at a time. Yeah. I'm not sure if I did X6. Pretty sure I did X5 for sure, though. Gotcha. I don't remember this fight. We just have to watch all of them because they're going to do random AoE stuff on the floor. It's going to be super unfair. Feel like we need the Sand Devil done first, though. Or we could just stand in a way where we just get rid of all of them. Shit. One of you just dropped like a bad habit. This can't be the fight. Those guys died way too fast. Oh, I remember. I do remember this fight. I just don't remember those 5. We gotta take out the tiny first. That's what it is. Take out the little Lala. He's the bad one. And he drops fast, and then it's just you versus some dumb demon. Uh-oh. What's the scepter? Something you have to touch? Yeah. Get that Lala. Who cares about the demon? There we go. That's just all demon the rest of the way. Not seeing the ending, this is kind of the reason people like Dark Souls games. Because nobody sees the ending of those either. If you have seen one, that means you persisted and have a certain level of skill. Yeah, definitely. In any dungeons, do they have a PvP mechanic? Like 2 groups have to fight and only one gets to progress? No, this is a very PvP light game. The only place you're going to find PvP is in opted-in Battlegrounds instances. So you will have to pop into specifically a queue where you and everybody else who's queued up, you all agree you're going to pop in, you're going to do PvP content together. And then the goal is usually not the PvP part either. They usually have some other goal. This is true for most MMOs though, right? It's either like conquer and hold or gather resources or something. It's always some sort of map mechanic. You're running around, you're trying to do map dominance, and the PvP is like a side effect because if an enemy team comes and they're trying to stop you from getting the objective, then the thing is that you have to fight. But there's very, very little that's like, if you remember like World of Warcraft had those like 2v2 arenas where the whole object of the entire map was kill the other 2 people. There isn't anything like that in Final Fantasy. It's, that's maybe the one shortcoming of the game. This game has maybe like 3 dozen modes of gameplay besides just doing like dungeons and quests. There's so many other ways to play this game that you wouldn't expect. It's by far the most diverse MMO that exists on the market as far as other things you can do. But the PvP experience in Guild Wars 2 was fantastic. Warhammer Online was fantastic. Lots of games had fantastic PvP experiences. And World of Warcraft was like, okay. But this game is lacking in that regard. That could just be, you know, demographically, what do people who play this sort of game like to do? And the answer is not PvP, I guess. What does this do? I guess we'll try it. Oh, that one's going to go on me. All right. Wait for it. Saw somebody going over to the wrong side too fast. Too early. I don't remember this fight incredibly well, so I'm focusing a little bit just so I can remind myself just what the hell we were supposed to do here. I only remember like a couple mechanics. We need the donut. Here's the donut. One of my favorite bosses in the Souls games is you just summon a real player and have to beat them in the original Demon Souls. Interesting. That could be fun. Where's the donuts? This donut first, and then the other donut. There it is. I remember more of this fight than I gave myself credit for. I forgot to lurk and just came back from the puppy walks, and somehow you were muted. When I got to the door, I was like, it's so quiet. Thank you for unmuting me. You guys are going to fall. Somebody's going to fall. Oof. I don't like how everybody was standing like so close to the edges of territory you weren't going to be able to stand on very soon. Oof. We're losing even more platform. It's just nature's way. Uh-oh. Left. Right. Left. Okay. Oh, he's all crooked and diagonal. I don't like that. No wonder somebody took accidental damage there. I don't know if we're supposed to fight any ads in this one. Oh yeah, that's a yes. I will catch up with chat when I have less shinies to have to pay attention to on the ground. There are so many things I have to stare at. Okay. I don't want to touch that. Thank you. If you don't have internet or want an easier fight, you can just fight a generic NPC humanoid. That sounds boring. Why would you do that if the other option is fighting somebody? Me and Choco did the 2v2 in WoW for a while. How'd you guys do? What were you? You were probably Dark Knight, right? Death Knight? Forgot what it was called in that game. Are we doing the one side and the other side thing? Where's the donut? Oh, it's way over there. Okay. Uh-oh, that's not good. No, that pushes you off. Woof. Yes, the old monk. Fuck, I want a donut now. Sounds good, right? I'm trying to watch my diet right now, or I would want donuts as well. It was a Bacchus house. Am I saying it right? Bacchus? Bacchus? I'm not standing in that until I get heals. Oof. I was Death Knight and he was Druid. Oh, yeah, that sounds devastating, to be honest. Just brutal. How would you even kill those? That combo. Anything in Druid, really. Where's our donut? Who's got the donut? There's no donut. Okay. Guess we just have to figure it out. Dodge all the stuff. Whoa! No, no, no! I was just following other players. I didn't think we were gonna all fall off the edge of the... That's half of us. Half of us just fell off the level. With 15% left. Oof. Oof. The Roman god of wine. Yeah, how do you pronounce that name? Why am I drawing a blank? Is it Bacchus or Bacchus? I've been having my wine, so I just typed without review. Oh, the bar's name. Yeah. Bacchus. Gotcha. If I know, like, a country of origin for some words, I can usually figure out the pronunciation off the top of my head, but it's not always the case. Sometimes I draw a blank. And sometimes Americans just decide they're going to pronounce things willy-nilly, regardless of how it's actually pronounced. Case in point, that seltzer water that's made in Wisconsin by the Wisconsin River that's named after a French word, meaning probably because the river does something where, you know, two parts of waters go intersecting. And when things intersect in the world, often people name them by some sort of name as far as what the intersection looks like a cross. And so this river has the name in French that is named after a cross. There it is. Sure, I'll take your res. And the seltzer water made by the company, named after the river, is also named after that river as well. Do I want anything from the loots? Oh, I don't have a wind-up Athena? I'll take it. But I will not take any of this, I hope. Let's see if I get this little Athena minion. And the river in French for cross is La Croix. That's how you would say it. But the drink is pronounced LaCroix because it's American and it's pronounced by Americans who read the river's name in American English and decided that it needed to be pronounced Croix because there's an OI in there like coin. So Croix and coin must rhyme together. In fact, the company who makes the seltzer water says LaCroix, it rhymes with joy, somewhere on their website. Oh, I guess we're done. Wow, 4 player recommendations. That was a DPS. When do people all want to commend me? Let's do a leveling roulette, shall we? Oh no, pieces of gear are getting low. Must do repairs. And I hate that. The linguist in me that says pronounce names however you want, as long as it gets the point across, just get the point across. Don't worry about pronunciation. As long as you and the recipient of your words can both agree that you're hearing something and you know that that idea is being transmitted, that's all that matters. The pronunciation does not matter. It matters in my heart. It is Saturday and I'm playing Final Fantasy. I think that means I need to go do the Cact Pot. I usually never play this game on stream on a Saturday, but I did have a regular Saturday programming prior to Spooktober, which lasted from August to January. and it wasn't ready for tonight. I haven't talked about that yet on stream, but it wasn't ready yet. So might have to wait till next Saturday. I want to say what I'm not going to do on stream versus what I am, so just haven't said it. Honestly, they would make the mistake of targeting Choco first. Choco. That's a big mistake. He would usually get ganked, but I was so tanky self-healy that I could 2v1. Nice. You get here a go pronunciation. Oh, get to hear a pronunciation of Bacchus in True Blood. I don't remember anything about True Blood, my dude. Very few things, I should say. Very few things. Once I met Pam, very little in that show mattered except to see more Pam. Because Pam was my spirit animal. I loved the crap out of Pam. And she was not featured enough in the show, in my opinion. The season with the corruption lady, I don't remember that. My pronunciation is just based on what Tro said in chat. This is a good area. They've designed this place really, really nicely. I'm a fan of this library. This feels so cool, so epic. Some places in this game are like unfathomably large, and this is one of them. It's just an insane amount of books in a magical library. More books than anybody would ever own in an entire lifetime. They shouldn't exist like this. And yet somehow I feel like Viper is just a little bit too easy. I say that. I know I'm probably not playing it to perfect spec, but I feel like it's just on the verge of too easy to play. Not enough decisions, not enough to do. You're not paying attention to resources much at all. You're not building something up and then looking to make sure it's time to use it. The game tells you what to hit next, basically. You just have to make the hotkeys look a certain way, like the way I have mine laid out, so that you know exactly which hotkeys stand out as being more critical at any given time. Because several will always be highlighted at any one given moment. You gotta have some sort of strategy for prioritizing them visually. Yup. We had nachos, totally appropriate for me. Excellent. That was just the VJ gig, though. I won't tell Teresa you were killing a book. It's a demon book. It's a bad. I mean, it's a bad book. You can just tell her it was written by, I don't know, some really nasty author that she hates. A really fugly author. Some news, and maybe you all can do a fact check on this really quick. Some news came up in one of my algos that said that there's some sort of anniversary or something related to the animated picture format GIF. I don't know if it was an anniversary of like the creator or of the exchange itself. You all can probably find that out faster than I can while I'm in a dungeon. But damn, the comment section was crazy. People were so pissed off. Everybody in the comment section was pissed off, actually. Almost everybody. Most people in the comments were there just to yell at the other people. I think you know what I mean by this. Just to yell at the other people who weren't pronouncing it their way. So whether you pronounce GIF with a hard G, GIF, or a soft G, GIF, chances were you came into the comment section of this article just to yell at the other people for asserting their point. There were a small subsection of trolls, which I thought were kind of funny, that they were pronouncing it YIF, because there's an old G in like Old English or Middle English where the G is pronounced like a Y sound. So they're like, oh, it's YIF, like furries. But they were just trolling. They weren't really taking a stance. But yeah, people were really, really angry. Really, really mad. And a lot of people's arguments were really poor. That was maybe the most interesting part to me, is I like to come into comment sections for stuff like that, stuff that's very divisive, even if it's something as benign as how do you pronounce a made up standard. Just to see how people argue. What's their strategy? What kind of stuff do they say? You know, what's proof in the pudding for these people? That part's kind of interesting to see. Do people argue by emotion? If they argue by logic, what's their reasoning? What kind of points are they trying to make? So some people made some pretty interesting points. A great significant number of people, and I'm just going to throw them under the bus here. Great significant number of people with hard G, the GIF pronouncers, were just like, well, it's wrong. The other way is just wrong. And there is no supporting evidence. Well, what made it wrong? How is it wrong? Explain the linguistic rule, or explain the reason why you feel like it should be considered wrong, and the other people, and most folks just had, well, I have strong emotions about this, and therefore I'm right because of my strong emotions. It's pronounced like the peanut butter. So if you believe, I'm in your camp, Jam. If you believe that when somebody makes something, they have the rights to call it what they do. And I feel this way because I'm a parent, right? I named my children. If somebody steps in and says, that's not how you pronounce that name, or that's not the true name, or there's something off about, you know, you don't pronounce it that way. I pronounce it that way. Now, it just so happens Oz and I are big name nerds and big etymology nerds. So we've basically given the kids names that, one, almost anybody could pronounce in this country. And two, there aren't surprises, right? We didn't pick weird names that were that you'd read and say, "Oh, I have a very clear idea of how this is pronounced," and then we're like, "No, it's not. It's not pronounced that way. We make the H silent here. We added the double J is I don't know of a name with double J, but you know, we didn't come up with weird random ass rules that's gonna piss people off or make our kids' lives a living hell when they become working professionals and they're like, God, I just wish I could change my name." Or I'll just go by my middle name because my first name's such garbo. Thanks, Mom and Dad. We try to do right by them, both as kids when they're cute and working adults when they're probably still cute but old. But we named the kids. We get to say how their names are pronounced, right? And then eventually they'll have some autonomy of their own selves. They'll become full-fledged adults. If they decide they need to pronounce their name in a different way than how we gave it to them, then they're self-determiners, right? They come up with a name that works or a pronunciation that works for them because they will be owners of their own names. And if you invent something, I think you absolutely get the rights to say, this is my invention. I made this. This is how I call it. And the choosy CompuServe developers choose GIF joke based on the old GIF commercial peanut butter choosy moms choose GIF, which it's a garbage peanut butter. I really don't think choosy moms would choose them. That particular peanut butter. Just saying. But that's the joke. The joke is there because the pronunciation's intertwined. GIF for the extension and JIF. Is it JIF? Just one F for the peanut butter. They just decided to make them be pronounced the same way, and it's cute. Schmaltzy, cute, it's whatever. But to say that there's a hard G, there's no good support for deciding to be different than the guy who invented it. I couldn't find any single argument that sustains or supports that. Except I hate the other pronunciation and I refuse to support it. That was the only thing I could find online. Easy peasy. What's interesting is I used to work for big tech in education. And the company that I worked for... Oh, cliffhanger. I will do Cactpot in a second. I want to do this cliffhanger first. The big tech company I used to work for, the company didn't have this is how you pronounce this extension. I don't think they would ever care. You just pronounce it how you want. But overwhelmingly, like the vast majority of my coworkers were very cultish and pronounced GIF with a hard G. But there are also a lot of other culty parts to my coworker base. There are a number of reasons, or not reasons, ways in which they would cohere of ideology and behaviors and purchases and aesthetic and everything. Everything about them was as samey as they could get in a number of ways. It's kind of gets overwhelming to be around that much sameness. I was trained vocally for classical music since I was pretty young. One of the best foundations I've had for languages is learning classical in other languages, like Brahms for German. Oh, that's cool. I dig that. Those songs would have the translation below it, but it was for competition, so I learned the German half. I learned both what I was singing and how to make other sounds. Okay. So when I would start to try to pick it up, I already knew how the sounds and phrasing could work. It's been an asset in a ton of ways. I could definitely see that. When you speak somebody's language with some level of acumen for the pronunciation, I think that's a big win. You really win people over when they hear their language being spoken at a level that's a little better than just our American accents trying to formulate their words. How do we get talking about Tro being vocally classical trained 2 times in 2 nights? What was the other one on your stream last night? Hey, if it's something he wants to talk about, I say let him. I think it's cool. There are some things I'm sure I've said repeatedly on stream. Partly because I can't be bothered to remember absolutely everything I've ever said on stream about my life, Oz's life, our kids, my work, my history. It's all going to come back at some point or another. It is really cool, yeah. That's not where I need to go. Yeah, I was watching this sort of mini documentary on streaming, on being a streamer. Because obviously, you know, I'm ambitious about this. I'm trying to turn this into something much more than just hobbyist sort of work. Try to grow this as big as we possibly can. And one interesting paradox somebody mentioned is when you watch smaller streamers or busy people who find time in their schedule to stream, and then they get on camera and start talking, assuming they talk about themselves and they're not just talking about the game or focused on reading people's chats or whatever. Oh, this whole group whole bunch of people just left. Okay. They're apparently rebuilding the group from scratch. When you get somebody who's busy or who's a hobbyist or whatever happens and that person gets on stream, they turn on the camera and they're actually somebody who will talk about themselves. They're vulnerable, transparent, and willing to share their life with you. Those people are interesting. Smaller streamers with busy schedules are inherently interesting people if they will talk about themselves in the first place. They have a lot going on. There's something new every week. There's new developments. The kids are growing up, like our kids, you know, grow up and go through milestones and whatever. Different things happen to them at work or out and about. They go places, they do stuff. Crazy stuff happen at work, whatever. There's always something new. But for the big streamer who's streaming 24/7, who's streaming as a full-time job, they wake up, they get on their machine and they stream, and then they go to sleep or, you know, eat and have some personal time. Then the next morning they come and do it again. They can't talk about their lives because their lives are just all them sitting on stream. So they're not taking enrichment time to live a life outside of the house to be able to say, oh yeah, so last night this is what we did, or like, you know, we went here, we did this, unless you're talking about like people who can spend crazy money and do crazy things, go on world tours and trips and afford things other people can't and share that part of their life or whatever. But the trapping of a lot of big streamers is they're spending so much time hustling, working, grinding, making the money that they don't spend the time to develop interesting parts of their life so that they have something to share about them, about who they are. Yeah. It's cool seeing the Monster Hunter monsters. It's just the one. It was a crossover one-off event. I really thought that they were going to introduce more, but I feel like every time the 14 has a crossover event, once they're done with the scope of their initial idea for the project, they don't revisit it. And reasonably so. There's so much world building and story already just in the 14 universe. I don't think they need to take from other IPs to bulk up the game. Yeah, we could do this with 6 people. Six people are ready. I guess we're going to try it with 6. I didn't realize how low level we actually are for this. I don't have that many skills. That's unfortunate. Yeah, but at the same time too, there are also so many different companies that might want to do collabs that, you know, imagine if the developers were spending a ton of time doing Monster Hunter stuff, and then when the Nier collab folks wanted to do their stuff, they didn't have the bandwidth to incorporate that. That would suck. Uh-oh. So maybe it's for the best that some projects died off after a very short amount of integration and left space for other folks to come into the space. Left space to come into the space, I know. Sounds redundant. I thought the Monster Hunter fight, the one fight, was good. There's an extreme version of this fight too, which is also a little more nuanced and interesting than this one. This one's still got some good nuance to it though. I thought the Nier crossover event was really cool. There's a Fall Guys crossover event. I didn't participate. It looked fun. I just there's like a lot of free time involved in you know, how do you make this stuff happen? All right, hide behind this guy. All right, let's make this happen. Oh, more people are coming. Oh, we have a full group all of a sudden. Well, these folks are going to get a free ride. At least we have a little bit faster of a round or second phase for this guy. A lot of the other stuff that you see in this game that's taken from something is usually taken from other Final Fantasies. So, yeah, there are crossover events. They do happen. There's some small crossover stuff. Like, you can't get a lot from 13, 15. I don't think you can get anything from 16. But I might be wrong. I don't know. I don't know all the Final Fantasies that well. Just some key few that I played. But when something does get brought over, it gets brought over well. Oh, right now, the most recent crossover is content from Final Fantasy XI, the other online Final Fantasy. There's a whole set of raids that are specifically the world of 11 being brought over through like a dimensional rift, or, you know. They didn't think very hard on how it came over. It's like, it came over. Just believe us that a Terran reality allowed 11 to enter this game. That's it. And I don't know anything about 11 to say did they do it really well. But some folks who played a lot of 11 seem to suggest they've done it. They've done it a good service. Makes them want to play more 11, which is probably the right marketing strategy. Get people nostalgic about the game, coming back to that one too, while still maintaining their 14 subscriptions. I think this guy's almost dead. Got a lot of health. The hardest part about this battle is you can't tank him. So he'll just attack people at random. That ends up frustrating. Everybody's got to be dodging all the time. On her stream, I was just talking about why I'd been to San Francisco. Oh, I suppose it was fresh on my mind. Sure. I have a tiny Rathalos hanging in my bathroom. Of course you do. Not a fan of the Monster Hunter gameplay, but the monster designs are top notch. I have never played a Monster Hunter. What is it about the gameplay that is off-putting to you? At this pace, I might just stay up and get everything done. Might just do main scenario and frontline, actually. Oh, right. I was getting rid of all this junk that I picked up. Seems like a lot of stuff I don't necessarily want. A lot of 660. Yeah, I think I can get rid of all of that stuff safely. Evolution. I don't like a lot of this gear because you can't dye it. So even if it did look cool, they're different sort of boots. No back, just sort of like sandal straps. I don't know, they don't feel very protective though. All right. Probably the most boring fight in all of main scenario, but that means I just get to chat with you guys more. There aren't too many new games that I've played where I'd say like the game design is something that I find lacking or dislike. But I also don't play a wide variety of games either. I would say the Alan Wake combat style is one that's disinteresting to me. And the fact that it is also made it less fun for me to play the Layers of Fear remake or reimagination, because they incorporated what I'd want to call like an Alan Wake-esque style combat scenario to a game that was previously had no combat, actually. So that part was annoying. But most games I played recently felt pretty good about gameplay designs, and they're smooth and feel engaging and like you're there. The combat in Final Fantasy feels really good to me. I feel like maybe better than WoW, but it's been a long time since I've been in WoW. Definitely some of the older MMOs, the combat was not great. I like the diversity of spells and different tactics and options you had for some of those games. But modern MMOs seem to do all of the design and UI and movement and arcadiness that makes combat interesting. There's a lot more spells being cast or abilities being manipulated all like around the same time. These games aren't very twitchy, but they're also not as slow paced as the first ones were. That were almost more like push button D&D things. They were on the slower side for combat. All right, where's she coming from? Over there? But I still like other shooters too. I like things with fast pace to them. It makes me wonder if you were to test people as they get older, especially gamers. Like I wonder about the folks who grew up on like Atari, Calico, and television, all that sort of stuff. ColecoVision. Would they not, I think I said Calico. Would they be twitchier and stronger gamers today if you were to say, hey, I just want you to try this military shooter or try out this hero shooter or something, you know, first person, fast paced? How would they do versus somebody that like never got into video games? How would your reaction time be? And how would that translate into other stuff? Like when you get older, there's certain things that based on your reaction time, you could get yourself really screwed over. That's why, you know, particularly old people can sometimes lose their driver's license. It often equates down to, you know, cognitive reaction time for things. Why older people might sometimes have a fall and break a bone, like a hip, need a hip replacement, because they just weren't able to analyze and agilely shift their body weight and react in real time. I'm not trying to say gaming's the end all be all of like what's going to make people better, but there is something to be said for, you know, if you spent like your detox time, you never like learned and read and studied new stuff when you got home from work and you just had that little, you know, couple hours detox time. What if you did it doing twitchy things in an interactive environment like a video game versus what if you watched sports or just sat watching something, you know, passive like a drama or whatever where you're not engaged? Now, most of my family, and Oz is part of this even though she wasn't part of my family before we got married, but she's one of these sort of people too. I super appreciate that they can watch passive media and turn it into an active event, i.e., some things really shouldn't just be you sit down, you stare at a TV, and then you just veg. Those are great times to be productive with your hands, to get involved with something. You got to craft, you want to do something, you got something tedious that has a long period of time to do. Do it in your TV time. Knock that out, because your hands can just sort of like move and do stuff while you're watching, you know, a show, getting some stories, or, you know, learning about world or watching sports or news, whatever happens to be. You can do that and your hands can keep moving. There's no reason to just like veg out and not move. I'm not saying, when I say stuff like that, I guess it sounds like I'm promoting the grind lifestyle. Like every time you have downtime, you need to be thinking about how are you going to make yourself be a better earner so that your the money that you bring in is going to be higher and higher and higher. You're going to advance in your job. You're going to advance in your status. People are going to see you and promote you. You're going to get ahead. You're going to beat everybody. You're going to get your dream house, your dream car. I don't feel like that's the case. I just wish people weren't as passive as they are in their lives, because I think we could pursue more art, more dreams, more just staring into the void and letting your thoughts ruminate, or thinking about something, or feeling out something. So when I say, you know, finding time to be more productive or doing something with your hands or whatever, I generally mean those in freeing ways that give you more self-determination, as opposed to how else can you lock yourself into the mechanisms that earn you money. Oh, La Habrea. I did some significant research on this guy's name, La Habrea. Not the guy who's talking about it. This guy is talking. Because his name looks like a mix of two places in Southern California. There's a place called La Habra, which is like just a small city in eastern LA, I think. LA County, maybe in Orange County. And then there's also a La Brea, which is over in like heart of LA somewhere. It's famous for having tar pits where you can see how animals might have gotten trapped and preserved in tar. And why this guy's name looks like a mix of La Habra and La Brea, I don't know. So I went and did like a real deep dive. All right, so what does this guy's name mean? Where is it from? How is it? It turns out his name's from Final Fantasy XII, which is unfortunately one of the ones that I never played. But then when you go and try to find why are things named with the weird names they are in 12, there's a lot of weird names in 12. Some crazy names for enemies, crazy names for like angelic or light zodiac signs and dark zodiac. Intense amounts of nomenclature decisions, all based in the world of, what was 12? Evilise was the name of the world that they were building in. Where did they get all those names and places and characters and gods and zodiac signs and all that? I have no idea. I can't find a single article that says, here's where we came up with any of those names, really. It bugs me. I don't like not knowing etymology when it comes to gaming characters and places and stuff like that. I always want to know, what's the backstory? Why is it pronounced that way? Why is it called that? Why did you pick that name? What are they part of a series of? You know, how are these names related if they are the same sort of gods or whatever? I like to learn that kind of stuff. Oh, so we were talking about like the fray with the alternate version of How to Save a Life. Then I got curious. I used to be a big 30 Seconds to Mars fan. It's a band, for those of you that don't know. Headed by an actor, actually, Jared Leto. And it's Brothers Act. It's him and his brother, Shannon Leto, that put together a band. And that's what they originally wanted to do in LA. Jared didn't want to get into the show business. He wanted to be an actor. And I was following them since their first album. I saw a music video for their first album on somebody's MySpace page. I was like, oh, that's cool as hell. I like the way this band sounds. I haven't heard music like this. And I really liked how their first album sounded. Then they released more and more albums, and with each new album, they sounded more and more just like everybody else around them at the time. They would pick up whatever was most famous, and they would make that music. Like, oh, okay, well, right now, this is really, like, exploding, so we should sound more like that right now. And then they would make that decision to sound like that. Somebody needs to get this one. No? No one? I will get it. Otherwise, we will die. And I remember when their second album came out, there was a single called Attack. And I saw the music video for it, and I was like, oh, that's really like sort of dark and evocative in its own kind of way. And I liked the video's style. And they were going in a different direction. Their music became simpler, but it still wasn't too derivative at that point. Got derivative much later. Or much more later, I should say. But when I went to go watch that music video again a few years after it had been released, I only found this weird edit that was missing a lot of the imagery that I remembered. And so I also went on a wild goose chase to find the version of the music video that I remembered. Unfortunately, I could only find it in low res off an old upload. Somebody uploaded it to YouTube from some .org that specialized in downloading downloadable videos via torrent. It was a .org that had its own like torrent site. Weird. Anyway, I went to that .org and they do not have this video. They have a link to the video and it's dead. So you can only watch it in the low res YouTube upload, unfortunately. I highly doubt that person has anything higher res than that. Uh-oh. I'm standing in a bad place for this. Bye, buddy. But I did finally get to watch the old version and confirm that I wasn't being gaslit, that I wasn't having Mandela effect. And we were indeed watching, we were indeed being served a different version of the music video. My guess is it was just controversial at the time, and maybe some of the extras involved, because of the way that they were depicted, they asked to not be depicted that way. I don't know. Not entirely sure. Couldn't find any info online about why they changed versions. I feel like usually record companies and bands, when they make big changes, they really don't want people to recognize or acknowledge that it happened. They just want to sort of like sneak it in under the radar and hope the majority of folks have no idea what just happened. But, oh, this music video is really good. Never seen this before, and I love it. And either forget or never see that there was an older original version. All right. We are still not capped on poetics. That's fine. Let's do PvP and then call it a night. Oh, sure. Now leveling asks for DPS. Fine. And we can start turning some of the stuff in. Guess we'll just get rid of it all. And what's weird is for both of these videos, both the Fray and 30 Seconds to Mars, I swear I did online research at some point. It's probably been years. But it still felt like I looked these up and could not find them on the internet. They did not exist on the internet. That's frustrating to feel. Like, oh, for all of my endeavors, I swear this actually did happen. It did exist. I should be able to find it, and I just can't find it. It's the kind of thing that makes you feel like, am I misremembering reality? Have you guys, you know what I mean by Mandela effect, right? Nelson Mandela concept. A lot of people have picked on this, feeling like Nelson Mandela is somebody that they remember seeing in the news as having died, maybe like 10 years before his actual passing, that he died in prison, when it actually didn't happen that way, or like names of stores or authors or things are different that they remembered. There's some people that swear J.C. Penney had an apostrophe S in the store's name at one point, so it was J.C. Penney's. People swore that when they were reading the Berenstain Bears books when they were kids, that the name of the bears was actually Berenstein or Berenstein, pronounced or spelled with an E at the end, or, you know, E-I-N, I mean. Weird stuff like that. Oof. Completely missed my jump. There we go. I don't know if I've had too many instances like that. Sometimes I definitely think I know how a story was supposed to go, but it's almost never outside of me. It's almost always something I did or said, and then other people step in and say, that's not at all what you said, or that's not how it happened. And I feel like I'm being misled or betrayed, or that they're asserting their remembrance and that they're the ones that are wrong, even though they're very assertive about it. Because when it comes down to things that you utter out of your own mouth, unless they're recorded or clipped somewhere, it's your word versus theirs. They could be just as wrongfully assertive as you, if you really think about it. Okay, if there's anything else I wanted to do before frontline pops, it'd probably just be check on my island, I guess. I've checked on this already, so I don't know that there's anything new to be done here. Probably everything's chill. I started this island sanctuary thing way later than everybody else did. I think everybody hopped on the bandwagon right when it was first released. And it was at a time where I was not actively playing much Final Fantasy. So I don't feel like I was drawn to want to keep logging in every day and putting all my resources into making sure everything was running smoothly here and leveling up and regularly unlocking stuff. Seems like all my soil is wet. Oh, these folks are already have droppings. Gross. Okay, well, they're all well fed, and now they all have leavings. I guess we can just grab those while we're waiting. Nope. We're going to pop into the instance. That's fine. Set up my map just so. Probably more like that. I guess doesn't matter. I should probably not be Viper because I don't have this one set up for PvP. I need to be somebody I actually know how to play. We have 5 healers in this group. Sure, I'll take it. As soon as I did that, somebody was like, I'm not going to be a healer. 2 people did. Okay, we have significantly less healers. No tanks, though. Interesting. So many silly mounts in this game. Alright, what are we gunning for? What is our MO? Straight for the platform? Sure, I'm a healer. Wow, we just annihilated. Why are we so aggressive? I really want that scholar, but I'm having trouble clicking on them. No. Everybody's targeting me. I don't want it. I did not say you were allowed to target me. Wow, they're really gunning for me now. Stop trying to get me. Man, I am loving Frontlines tonight. Most fun in a long time. Most wins too. Okay. Well, good for you guys. I want that scholar. Why am I running? Oh. I'm hit by hysteria. Oof. He's got me with some sort of thing. Oh, why are we being attacked by yellow everywhere? I didn't ask for this. Got a white mage up ahead. That's somebody I want to stop. If I can reach them. There we go. Nicely done. Oh god, all the reds are right behind us. How far out of position will they let themselves go? We're still winning. I feel like we're not prioritizing stuff. Yeah, get the part. Do we get the warrior? Nope. 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 Why is everybody focusing on me? Because I'm alone. That must be it. It's fine. No, we're not winning anymore. Oh, we're actually last. Last place. Rude. What happened? I'm getting pushed back. It's because we got too much win too far right out of the gate. That's why. Well, let's let red and yellow fight each other. Let's see what we can do about these other guys. Big stun. We're doing good, but I feel like we're doing a lot of chasing. not securing enough territory. Nobody's even over here at this one. Look at it. You go away. I don't need this many people here. You go do something else. Okay, we're just gonna drink. Goodbye. Oh, you jerk. You would. Try it again, I dare you. The big fight in the middle. I'm not a fan of that. Alright, let's go where it actually counts. This is fun. This is a mess. Who's higher? Yellow is, actually. Yellow is higher scoring right now. Oof. I'm getting hurt. I don't want it. How are we doing? Still not great. I don't know if this is the right thing to get ourselves involved in. Well, I died. Wasn't the right thing for me to get involved in, that's for sure. Alright, we're last place again. Definitely not well focused enough on yellow, I suppose. Looks like we got another friendly guy over there. Yoink. And what is going on with me and my body? Well, I at least paused them for a long time before they touched it. Darn. I don't know if that serves any reasonable goal. If me slowing down their advance makes it worthwhile. It did take like 4 of them, maybe 5 of them, to attack me. So that means I got rid of a lot of competition. But our team seems stuck on this bottom ramp here, which is not ideal. This is one of the few places in the game where raid healing can actually be done too, which is kind of nice. Oh, did I just die? Wow. I don't know if I got one-shotted or if I was taking damage and didn't see it. I am sick and tired enough that could have been the case. Well, the adders are absolutely just stomping everything. Yellow team is doing great. Am I doing a good job? I'm distracting a whole bunch of people from doing their thing, making Red fight in a random weird place on the map. I feel like there's some psyops to that. Like, they definitely let go of the middle part of the map while they tried to address me. That's got to be frustrating. Oh, there's a point that definitely should be ours. I don't think yellow has any rights to be here. I say that and watch. Come up and just absolutely destroy me. Like this guy. That's what I thought, you guys. That's what I thought. They don't have to pay any attention to us, though. We're absolutely useless to them. Save myself. Did that do me any good? I don't think that did me any good. It did make sure we really won that South Point, I suppose. They still won the North Point by a lot. We're getting a solid second place. In a game where I don't think second place matters at all. This middle point is absolutely useless and it's wasting so much of our resources. There's so many of us dedicated to babysitting it. It's so pointless. Yeah, we're winning that one. Probably win this one. As long as they keep putting randomly sticking points where we are, where we naturally live, we'll do okay. I still feel like adders are almost certain to win. We're nowhere even close to being able to do this. And our luck probably isn't going to be there anymore for more future points. If that one's spawning, that one's going to be trouble. Don't die. Damn. Suckers. Damn. Overwhelmed. Eventually. I love losing too. Oh, here's another one we're going to get for free. But the adders are very, very, very close to winning. They're just going to beat the red back, and then that'll be it. Oh, yeah. We got this. They've got this right now. Wait, why have they still not got this? What are the rules? I'm trying to see, like, they've lost a bunch of points right now. I'm trying to understand why that is. They're going in negative points direction right now. So what is happening there? We're now 3rd place again, which is also kind of weird. Okay, are we doing the right thing? I feel like I'm in a bad situation. I think my number one question is always, am I even doing the right thing? Am I in the right place? Am I where I'm supposed to be? They're gonna fight up there. How do we stop yellow at the same time as red? This is awkward. We're winning now, which is also super weird. Maybe I should start healing. Might help. I need to find people to heal. Oh my gosh, we're winning again. Just weird. I'm so confused. Did we... Oh, we didn't win. Yellow won. Out of nowhere. Well, that was a very close game near the end. Very confusing. Had no idea what I was doing most of the time. I think I did okay. Damage dealt very, very low. Damage taken pretty darn high though. And hit points restored. Not the best healer. I did okay. I got 1 player comm. Well, that's fun. Okay. Let's grab everybody's all the animal loot. Then we'll probably call it a night. And because it's raining, I know I definitely do not need to water my crops. The way they describe when you unlock the part where you're getting all their claws, fur, milk, and all this sort of stuff is that you feed your animals and you go out periodically and you get their leavings, is what they call them. When I read leavings, I think they mean their poop. You fed them, now you're going to go use their poop. I thought, oh, maybe you use that for the farming part for crops. Let's get all these animals lovely manure, and then you use it. But it's actually like animal bits, feathers, claws, fangs, stuff like that. Not what I expected, but significantly less poop involved then. They gather to the hunt. Well, there's hunting involved. I guess when I first got these guys, it was a bit of a hunt. Hunting down all of these different animals to bring to my humble menagerie. All right. Everybody's fed. Nobody has any leavings anymore. A couple of the animals are in a reasonably good mood. I'll take it. Crops are being watered. There's nothing else to do here. Everything's been relatively recently planted, so nothing's ready to be harvested. Cool. Sketch. Hello, hello. I'm not late, am I? I'm going to bed. So, yeah, kind of. I was going to stay up for a full 5-hour stream because I started pretty late. So I was like, oh, I'll just hang out and then go to 5 hours even though I started late. But I've been so sick. I could probably use the sleep. Nope, you're on Gandalf time. True. All right. That's it for that. I stream every Wednesday, Saturday, and Sunday from 11 p.m. Eastern. That's 8 p.m. Pacific for roughly 5 hours tonight. A little bit of an exception, but I'll be back again tomorrow. Maybe on the same formatting that we used to have prior to Spooktober. We'll see just what that is when I get to tomorrow night's stream, when I've survived to that point. If you are watching on...
What's wrong, Doug?
Oh, I suppose, since you...
I'm right as the mail.
Since you redeemed, I'll get the last bit of my water. I can't save. There's nothing to save. No saving. If you're watching on YouTube, Kick, or Instagram, we're saying goodnight to you now. Twitch will go find somebody to raid. I'm going to raid and run. That's just how it shakes out. So for those of you who are getting your stream ended right this moment without a raid, if you're safe, fed, and loved, make sure someone out there is too, please. I will catch you on the next one. Bye.